Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. And so I didn't play my usual intro because usually that's to do with text criticism and looking at Bible versions and things like that. But today I wanted to talk about blowback, racism, and the consequences of power. And so every now and then I'll talk about political things, mostly because it affects how Christianity is viewed. A lot of people will look at me and think that I believe certain things because certain conservatives believe certain things. I'll go down the street preaching. People will think I'm a Catholic. People will think I'm, I condone the rape of children. People will think I'm just religious, and so they'll attack me because of that. And one of the big things is when you're confronting people with the gospel, oftentimes what happens is people, they look at what's happening in the political sphere and they turn around and they will condemn you because of what's happening in political power. And so I remember when the Gulf War was happening, I'd be out street preaching and people would come up and say, how dare you condone what's happening in Iraq or whatever. And oftentimes what I've found that I have to do, if I'm in a conversation with someone about the gospel and they're antagonistic, I ask them to tell me what I believe, because oftentimes they have no idea what I believe. They have no idea about my point of view, even my Christian point of view, my biblical mindset or anything like that, and let alone politically. And so what I thought I'd do, I thought I'd put out there exactly what I think, because oftentimes people can take me the wrong way. I will 1 minute be, supportive of something, the next minute I'm not supportive of something. And this is because it's a lot more complicated than people like to make out. What they want you to do is to have two sides to the story, the good guys and the bad guys. And so, George Bush, he turned around and said, you're either for us or you're against us. Now, retroactively, if we look back at what George Bush was doing, going into Iraq and Afghanistan and many other places, we would all probably go back and say, hey, this isn't a good idea. It's not going to help. It's just going to cause more problems. And so when you're either for him or against him, you're left with no third choice. But what I often do is I'm often in comments or in political discussion saying there are other alternatives. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that I have solutions. I'm not saying that we actually are going to be creating a nationalist type of thing where, if you just follow what I say, the world will be a better place. And, we will be like the front cover of a Jehovah's Witness magazine where we're there, laying down with the lion and the lamb and or the wolf and the lamb. We're going to be laying there and we're going to be having a great time. I believe in the pre-millennial position of eschatology, and I think this is prophesied in the Word of God. Matthew 24 clearly talks about things escalating, things getting worse and worse. And so, I'm not coming here saying, hey, if you just follow my political advice, everything will be fine. But what I'm doing is I'm trying to get people to think outside of the mainstream narrative, because what a lot of people feel that they have an alternative view when what they actually have is a mainstream narrative. They've been watching mainstream media for years. They realize, hey, there's corruption in that, so they've jumped over to other things, and many times these other things are just as bad. It's the old saying, out of the pan into the fire sort of thing. And one thing I wanted to discuss was the concept of blowback, because here in Australia, we just had a massacre. Okay. we had a huge shooting, and this is sort of rare for Australia. Australia doesn't usually have this type of problem. I know in the United States, school shootings and things like that they're quite commonplace in a sense, where oftentimes you can jump onto the American news as some shooting somewhere, and so we don't usually have that type of problem here. We have more so like problems like you'd see in the UK. There's machete crime, knife crime, fighting, people, having punch-ons and one hit, nightclub rage and all this sort of stuff. But it's pretty rare to get gun violence. Okay. So the first thing I want to discuss is blowback. Okay. And the concept of what blowback is, because even the concept of what blowback is has been redefined, because it became quite a popular term back when 9/11 happened. Now, there was an author called Chalmers Johnson, very interesting guy. Now, he wrote a book called Blowback, and that was before 9/11. Now, Blowback was just like a normal type of book that he had written, but after 9/11 it became quite popular, and he sold I'm not sure if it was in the millions, but it was a very popular book. And so the concept of blowback that he talked about was that if America keeps going in invading countries, they are going to experience what's called blowback. And so blowback is the type of term that if you're going out and you're shooting a gun, sometimes it can blow back upon you. You can get a little bit of, a kickback, or, sometimes even the bullet will do what's called blowback, and it will actually burn you and things like that. And so the whole concept is a CIA term that was popularized around the time of the overthrow of Mossadegh. And so in 1953, Mossadegh had nationalized the oil in Iran, and using the CIA and basically the Queen using her secret services, MI5, MI6, they overthrew Mossadegh. They said he was a communist. Back then, if someone was needed to be moved out of a position, they'd just say they're a communist. And then they installed the Shah. So the Shah of Iran, he ruled Iran from 1953 right up until 1979, when they had the revolution there. So the Iranian Revolution, it did seem like it was an organic type of thing of radicals. But knowing that the Ayatollah Khomeini was CIA, I talked with one of his advisors who became a born-again Christian, and he was the head of religious studies in Sydney University, and he actually lost his job because he was talking about both sides of things. He was talking about the dangers of certain religions and things like that. And so he was removed from his job. But when I talked to him, I said, was the Ayatollah CIA? And he said, absolutely. And so, most people would think that he's like just some radical, dude who, the Americans are so upset that this guy's in now, sort of thing. Knowing that Saddam Hussein was CIA, knowing that Bin Laden was CIA, basically what's happened in the Middle East. And it can be hard for people to put it into historical context. And so the Middle East was ruled by the Ottomans up until it was actually an Australian force that liberated Israel from Ottoman rule, and for the British. And so then the Brits took over, and eventually you've got the whole Middle East being carved up by Churchill. So Churchill in Cairo in 1922, he carved up the Middle East. So basically he just said, okay, this is going to be Syria, this is going to be Jordan, Syria is going to be run by the French, Jordan's, over here. And there's even a place called Churchill's Hiccup, where they assumed that he was so drunk at a certain stage that he drew this line, and it's just like this thin line of land that no one could live on, and they call it Churchill's hiccup. So the British Empire, they carved up the Middle East because they knew that there was huge amounts of oil there in the Middle East. And so what you have then is they put in their puppets in what they've carved up. They've just put in these puppets and these rulers in, Ibn Saud and these type of guys, for Saudi Arabia, and a whole bunch of other people who British intelligence have put in. Now, after World War II, which is quite an interesting thing because the Americans, they came to the rescue of the UK. Now, what you've seen since World War II is the UK decline in power, but America has boomed in power and become basically the lone superpower. So America is in the place where the Brits were up until around about World War II. And so what's interesting is the British were indebted to America, and they've only, I think it was 10 years ago, paid off the war debt for World War II. So basically what's happened is, Hitler rose to power. It's quite interesting that he was backed, if you study into Prescott Bush and Alan Dulles, Kim Philby, a whole bunch of people laundering money or basically pouring money into the Third Reich. It's quite interesting to see this type of thing happen. And the Third Reich rise into dominance, basically taking over most of Europe, but then America coming to the rescue. But it does seem like they had their terms and conditions, and the terms and conditions have worked out in America's favor. So America has become militarized. It's no longer the little constitutional republic that it was, and it is a global superpower now. And this is like a lot of people know this, a lot of people understand this, but some people don't. I talk to people that they have no idea about what's going on. And so then you have the carving up of certain places and certain powers and things like that. And instead of the British just being involved, then you've got the Americans being involved, and they're using the CIA. And basically the CIA is just the president's own personal army. They try and make out that they are a rogue group. They don't really know what they're doing. They're against the FBI. FBI and CIA are fighting against each other. One thing that I've noticed in American politics, and I guess this is probably in Australian politics, but it's quite evident in American politics, is they will pit groups against each other, but they're actually the same type of group. It's like you're voting for Republican, you're voting for Democrat. They're just different wings on the same bird. The military run America. And a lot of people don't want to admit that America, they have 1,000 bases. So imagine old Rome. They have, their garrisons, they have their places around the world, just like the British Empire with colonialism. They were everywhere. America's everywhere. And their bases are basically saying, we own you. We have power and dominion over you. If they have 200 military bases just in Japan, the amount of influence that has over politics, over who in that region can rise to dominance, or if there is some sort of threat there, America are the main guys everyone turns to. But also what this does is this creates a huge economy around that. So this is called the military industrial complex, where you have, people in Japan, to have these 200 military bases, they have to pay the American government to have these bases. Yes, there is a lot of American tax money flowing into these places as well, but usually it's like a protection racket. And I've heard people talk about jizya, which is the money that people will pay to Islamic regimes so that they can live freely in their country and all this type of thing. America kind of has that around the world where people pay money to have these type of facilities. We have that in Australia. We have a spy base here in Australia with 1,000 CIA officers. It's basically spying on us. It's the Five Eyes. So the Five Eyes are basically the countries that got together, and we have our own spy agency, ASIO. So we're allowed to spy on other people, but we're not usually spying on yourself. So we get the Americans to spy on us. It's a bit of a compromise where you share information. And so basically the Americans spy on us. They know everything about us. They know everything that we've, since 2006, you have not needed a warrant to look at anyone's phone records, emails, or like police can just go through you and look at everything. Now, since about 2014, 2015, I think it was, Tony Abbott brought in a policy that all data will be retained in huge databases. So whenever I'm talking, I've got my phone here right now. It's recording me. Basically, it's going into a database, and every now and then they might go, okay, well, who's a radical and who believes this? And so they'll look for certain keywords. They'll look for certain, that obviously they have to get rid of all the clutter, but this is how they track people. This is how they track, drug dealers. Realistically, if they wanted to, they could just turn around, flick a switch, and you could be, your GPS tells the police how fast you're going. If there's a road with a certain speed limit and you're exceeding that, they know you're in your car. It's going that fast. They know you're alone in the car because you're not talking or whatever. They track you to the meter of exactly where you are, and so we're under complete surveillance. Everything we say is recorded. We walk around with our phones. They've made them so addicted that we sleep with them under our pillows. That it can pick up when you're snoring. It can, they've got these special apps that can tell you, you just sit your phone there and it'll tell you your breathing patterns and when you're waking up in the night and you don't know it and all this type of thing. And even I was listening a few years ago, there was like Alexa. There was a murder case, and they were charging a man with murdering his girlfriend, but he wanted to get all the data from Amazon to prove that he had not gotten up in the middle of the night to murder his girlfriend, because it can tell when someone's walking through the house. It can tell when someone's breathing has changed, when they've woken up, this type of thing. So that information, he wanted that released to prove his innocence. But it just shows you, like most houses are under complete surveillance. If it's not just from things like Alexa or Google or whatever, our phones are surveilling us. We're under complete surveillance, and so it's quite an amazing thing. So anyway, back to the Middle East and blowback. So what we see is whenever there is riches, we're going to see war. We're going to see people, if there's a gold mine somewhere, usually there's some sort of conflict that goes along with that. There's a bunch of people who want that. We're in our region here in Australia, we see lots of that type of thing happen. We see massacres, we see wars happen, and most Australians are completely unaware of these things happening. And they're not talked about openly. And oftentimes people don't care, and that's one of the things that I'm going to talk about with racism. This is a mindset that has set in, and I think it's an interesting thing that people don't seem to get, that if we are following atheistic evolutionary theory And we think that people of darker skin are less evolved than the pure white skin people who are more evolved. This is going to cause a mindset that causes people to view others as subhuman. And so this is a dangerous thing. This is the type of thing, Hitler did this with Jewish people. He said, their DNA was all wrong. And, eugenics is a very interesting thing that was brought up around that time. It was very popular in the United States as well. Basically, Hitler said that certain people were superior, and when you go down the chain, it got down to black people, and they were the most inferior, apart from the Jews. They're just the worst. And so it was eugenics sort of drove the ideology behind a lot of the Third Reich, and so the Third Reich would see people as inferior, even when the Germans were going into Russia. Oftentimes, they would see people who were Slavic as just scum, and a lot of the personal diaries of these soldiers are like, well, these people, you can tell that there is a certain amount of intelligence there, but they are so interbred and they're so polluted by having inferior genes that we just, we could never assimilate with these people, And so this is just the average soldier with their mindset going through a certain place, basically saying these people are subhumans. And that's just how they've been brought up. It's not like they've just recently been told it and they know that that's wrong or whatever. But this is just a common thing. And so one of the most common things in the West is evolution and the mindset of evolution. And what this causes people to think is that people who have darker skin are less evolved. Okay. So what I've noticed, talking with people about, Black Lives Matter and all the rest of it, when that movement started, the concept Black Lives Matter, fine, white lives matter, Chinese lives matter, everyone's life matters, But there is a concept, now I know this is regional, but say here, our closest neighbor here in Australia is West Papua in Indonesia. Now, 500,000 black people have been killed there since the 1960s. And really, no one cares. Like, no one cares. Like, it breaks your heart, And the issue of West Papua is it's a blight on the world that the people who do care, protesters and things like that, they're trying to bring awareness to this. I've talked to lots of people about this. But it just seems like people in their mind go, yeah, but they're black people, And this is one of the things, like I remember I was talking to a good friend of mine, and we were discussing the whole BLM thing and, how basically, that it's being co-opted by these professional protesters and all the rest of it. And the whole concept of, race politics, it's been weaponized. But at the end of the day, I was like, yeah, but most people don't think Black Lives Matter at all. And if you're arguing from a political perspective, if you're arguing, Republican, Democrat, talking about things like that, you can have your argument. But at the end of the day, I just told you 500,000 people have been killed, and they're still being slaughtered in West Papua. And no one cares at all. No, like when I'm saying no one, obviously there are people who protest. There are people who they're standing out the front of government offices with signs and saying, hey, they're killing people. And over there are these rebel groups and things like that. So basically, Indonesia, they have half of what's called Papua. Okay. So, you have West Papua, and on East Papua is Papua New Guinea. So, I've been to Papua New Guinea 13 times. I love the people of Papua New Guinea. Now, I'm not trying to virtue signal here. This is one of the things that people feel that when I talk about race, when I talk about politics, and when I talk about myself in these issues, people think that I'm just virtue signaling, that I'm trying to make out that I'm a hero of, I'm the good guy and you guys are all bad. You guys are all racist sort of thing. I'm not saying that at all. It just so happened that I ended up going to Papua New Guinea 13 times. I've been to Bougainville 7 times. They're the darkest skinned people in the world. And just because you haven't done that, it doesn't mean I look down on you. It doesn't mean, I think that you're not doing anything for God or anything like that. Because that's how it can come across, you have to go to this place or you have to be involved with this, or, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is I do have some personal experiences with other people, and I can tell by living amongst a majority white nation the attitudes that people have toward other people who look different, and why. Because it's not like they're just different people, I just don't get along with them or whatever. It's this mindset of evolution. People think that they are less evolved. People think that they're closer to monkeys. People, that's like the whole eugenics type of thing. And so when 10 Papua New Guineans die, I mean, people are like, who really cares? But if 10 Swedish people die in a boat accident, everyone cares. Everyone's up in arms. I mean, look, recently, now it was a terrible thing what happened to that Ukrainian girl on the bus. She got stabbed. And that guy had so many priors. He should have been in jail, should have been there for a long time. And there's lots of examples of this where the court systems are failing. Police go out there and get these people. They hunt them down, get them, bring them to a judge, and the judge just lets them off. And to me, that's criminal. That those judges should be held accountable. But it's interesting that, if this girl was probably a little bit browner, like who would really care? Like, seriously. When that happened, I'm like, yeah, that's a tragedy, absolute tragedy. But at the end of the day, people have less care about others because they look different, because we believe that white people are more superior and black people are less superior because of the evolutionary mindset. Now, does this affect Christians? Absolutely. Absolutely it does. Even though Christians might say, hey, no, I'm a young earth creationist. I believe we're all created equal and all the rest of it. It can affect you, because I know that ideologies can affect people. I mean, I lived in Pakistan for a year, and some of the ideologies that are cultural in Pakistan can seep into Christian movements, where they will look down on certain people of certain skin tone. Obviously, the British ruled there for quite a long time. The Raj in British India is a very interesting history that people should really know about. But the mindset of having pure white English people ruling, and the darker type of people, serving, this type of thing, obviously this was a global movement. Like, people had this type of thing. We're better because we're white. You're not because you're dark. We've seen that in certain pockets of the world. People in Africa, people in South Asia, many of these people are doing what's called bleaching. So they will bleach their skin because you are way less attractive if you're dark. Now, if you're dark in certain places, India and other places, there's a good chance that you won't get married. There's a good chance that you probably won't get a job. And you would most probably be teased your whole life by other people who are lighter. And so this is the type of mentality I'm talking about. The evolutionary mindset is everywhere, where people are looking at others of a certain hue, a certain color, and looking down on them. The lighter you are, the more intelligent you are, the more the more human you are, the darker you are, the more like an animal you are. So the whole thing about atheistic evolution, I mean, to me, that whole concept it's just like weird, like Hinduism or something. It's strange. Now, obviously, Hitler bought into this type of thing when he saw, Jesse Owens in the Berlin Olympics in 1936, when he was just absolutely killing it. Jesse Owens was a black American guy. When Hitler saw this, he said, well, it's just because he is closely related to a monkey. And we think, oh, well, that's terrible, Hitler saying that. But oftentimes the actions of modern humanity, we see extremes in people like Hitler. We see extremes in people like the Ku Klux Klan and stuff like that. But many times we're not looking at the other smaller effects that can add up and cause people to look at something like West Papua, 500,000 people dead. And we're just like, who really cares? And so one of the things is with the Venezuelan boats. Now, I understand there's a problem of drugs, the drug war, in America. That they used to call the CIA the cocaine import agency, back in the 90s. And, planes full of coke were found, crashed, and it's a CIA plane, this type of thing. And so it was quite common for people to sort of mock, the American system. It's like, of course, they are the ones bringing in the drugs, all the rest of it. So what we see is these boats are being blown up. Okay. And a lot of people are like, hey, we got a drug problem in America. These people are importing drugs. We have the right to just blow them out of existence. But I was just pointing out, if just say it was Sweden, they had a really high class drug and they were importing it by boats to, through Canada, through to America, would they just bomb them out of the water? Because people seem way more upset if it's white people who die than darker people. If they're darker people, sometimes people are just cheering that they're dead. It's like, yes, we got them. And oftentimes there's a lot of different words that go with this. There's the political narrative. People looking at labeling people as terrorists or threats or militant groups or whatever. And so anyway, the concept that, from my perspective, the concept what I see in Australia, and it is different in America. So I know a lot of people, they listen to what I say here in Australia and they don't relate. But there can be this mindset where we feel that we are superior. And this just comes out of the mouth of people naturally. So when I'm talking to people, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. People talk, and I guess what's happened in the past few years, people have become emboldened to say things that upset people, and they don't care anymore because, we've been treading on eggshells because of the LBGT community. Say, if you say this, you're in trouble. And the whole COVID thing restricted everyone. So people are like, hey, I'll say whatever I want and I don't care anymore. But what's happened with that? I'm all for freedom and people talking about whatever they want. But what's happened with that? Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks, it says in Proverbs. So when people are talking, I'm going, oh, that's heavy racism. like I haven't heard that anywhere except for like the Ku Klux Klan websites like Stormfront and other places. I'm hearing this just in general. Wow, that's heavy. These people aren't just rubbish people and their countries aren't just, crappy countries or whatever. These people are inferior. These people are nothings. And so this comes down to the concept of, are Gazans humans? Because one of the arguments that is flooding the internet and discourse is that, well, these people are just, they're worthy of being cannon fodder. They're worthy of just destruction because they are just Hamas. They're scum. And it's quite amazing because probably about 10 years ago, actually it was more than that. It was probably 12, 13, maybe even 14 years ago. There was a sort of similar situation that had cropped up, not as big as what's happening now, where a whole bunch of people were getting bombed all over the place in Israel and Gaza and West Bank, and so I looked into all this type of thing for years and years and years. I was in a church that was quite pro-Israel. Now they weren't actually hyper pro-Israel from the beginning, but they became increasingly hyper pro-Israel. And when I came out of that, I had a good friend who sort of challenged me on some of these things. He said, so he was just saying, so what do you think of Israel? What do you think of, this secular nation who many times that they reject Christianity, they don't like Christians, they hate Christians. Many of these, some do, but most of the government are not, favorable towards Christianity unless it serves a political, end game, like say in the United States with evangelicals. You got, Ben Shapiro. He will, obviously, sort of use evangelical Christians for his support base, because a lot of evangelical Christians are told that if you don't bless Israel, you're cursed. And so when my transformation was happening, going through and looking at different things and not just having a black and white view of all these things. So probably, 2011, 2012, my friend was challenging me and he was saying, okay, I want you to read this book. I want you to think about this and think about that. And we would have these long discussions about things. And so I looked into the history of what had happened. And obviously in areas like Christianity, we believe that even the Bible has been co-opted by weirdos like Westcott and Hort. We believe that Jesuits have been involved in a counter-reformation and they're trying to infiltrate Christianity. And so to think that Judaism has not been infiltrated by people who don't really follow the Torah, they don't really follow their own rules and things like that. But they've made up their own rules. I mean, that would be silly to think that hasn't happened. It's happened in Christianity. It happens in political movements. I think most people are sort of waking up to the whole Trump thing that, hang on, this guy is actually a Jewish guy. He's a Jewish president. And a lot of people they didn't vote for that. They voted for a guy who was an American president. And so conservatives are going, oh, I'm going this way, I'm going that way. So obviously you have your Candace Owens, and then you've got your Tucker Carlson, and then you've got, on the other side, you've got Ben Shapiro and a bunch of other people. But what was turning me back in, however long it was, 15 years ago, away from the type of concept where I just wholeheartedly supported the secular nation of Israel. What was one of the main things was I couldn't see Jesus doing this. So when I read in the Bible, John the Baptist, he was very critical of the leadership at the time, and so he was critical of Herod. He had his head chopped off because of his critiques and saying there's immoral things going on. Jesus, he was saying to the leaders, and so the thing is, back then, most of these leaders in Israel, they had a full biblical mindset. They had they're like, we read the Bible, we're studying this stuff, we know our stuff. Now they've twisted a lot of it, and Jesus is pointing that out. But today they're not even they're secular, they're atheists. They might just grab a Sabbath rule every now and then and bring it in, or a few little concepts here and there. All the land is promised to us, sort of thing, and they'll pick and choose a few little verses. But in no way are these people like fully right into it. I'm talking about most of the politicians, who are in Israel at the moment. And so I started thinking, if Jesus turned up to Israel today, what would he say? What would he do? He'd be like, hey, you guys need to repent. And what are they repenting of? Well, they're repenting of, obviously the, lying and stealing and, being sinners. But they're claiming to be, hey, we are the Israel of old. We have ties back to that. But they're not really doing exactly what God wants. And so now historically, and so this is where it can get really messy, because historically we know that when Israel went into the land, they pushed the inhabitants there out. This is our land. These people in Canaan, they're polluting the land with idolatry, and they're killing their children, all this sort of stuff. And so we're getting rid of those guys. Now that was God sanctioned, that was God ordained. And so what's happened, in 1948, Israel. Now there were quite a lot of Jews in the land. There were a lot of Christians, a lot of Muslims. But in 1948 was the main catalyst of people going into that place. Now, I do believe that this is a fulfillment of prophecy. Not that whole 1948 is a special year, and if you add it all up, you get the number 7 or some weird thing. But more so that, and not even so much that it's, everyone who came in 1948, they're all just, they're all part of that. I believe that in amongst all the mess, God is still going to work, and God is still going to fulfill his promises, that there is going to be a real Israel. There are going to be people who get saved in the end times who are of Israel. There are going to be 144,000 from Israel, from all tribes. Now, how God works that out, how he does all that, that's going to be pretty amazing. I see most people allegorize those type of scriptures because they don't want to believe in the literalness of it. I believe they are literal. I believe that there will be 144,000 from every tribe. So there has to be an Israel for that to happen. Now, does that mean everyone in Israel is going to be part of that? And that's where, it can get messy. And so here we have Christians looking at what's happening in the Middle East, and obviously most Christians have a yearly Bible reading plan, and 3/4 of the Bible is the Old Testament. And if you read through that, you can see where the Jewish people are commanded by God to go into the land, take the land, get rid of these horrible people, and set it up for themselves. And so isn't that just what Israel's doing today? And what else are they going to do? Look at World War II, look at the Holocaust. And so we should be siding with these people. These people are victims, and we should be siding with them. So that's the usual type of thing that most Christians have in their mind. And I had it in my mind for quite a long time. And the thing is, I've always been fascinated by that period of time. World War II was obviously a huge turning point for the world. And what's come out of that, obviously, many nations, like even when I was in Pakistan, learning the history about that was after World War II, because they were India. Then Churchill drew a line And so that's Pakistan, that's India, and 1 million people died from that. Because people were trying to get over the borders, and there was fighting, all sorts of things happened. So 1948, Israel, it's like, okay, you've become a nation. The Brits basically promised the land to 3 different types of people, but really only delivered to Israel. Now, I've got an interesting book. Now, where is that book? And now this is called the Black Book. Okay. Now I'm going to show you what this book is. I actually used to use this as I had a bed leg sitting on it. That's how much I valued it. I didn't think much of it, but when you go through this is written in 1946, published in 1946. It's one of the originals. Let me just get the front page of that so I can show you the year date. Okay, the Black Book. The World Jewish Congress, New York. Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee, Moscow. American Committee of Jewish Writers. And so this is Nazi crime against the Jewish people. And so it's written in 1946. Okay, so this is the original copy, 1946. And so what does this talks about? The Jewish people. It talks about their plight, what's happened in Europe, likening them to the caste system that happens in India, and it goes through the conspiracies that happened against the Jewish people, and it has it's pretty well documented. The history of the Jewish people and what happened to them, in places like Czechoslovakia, and it goes through a whole bunch of places, and then talks about the justice for Jewish people. And I guess this would have been the type of thing that in the Nuremberg trials, all this stuff would have been brought up. Now I have another book here. Now I've been reading it recently, so it is. There it is. It's back to my computer there. The Secret War Against the Jews by Mark Ahrens and John Loftus. Okay, so this book here is very fascinating. Now I remember in the 1990s I was out street preaching, and I ran into an Israel guy, and one of the things is with meeting people who are Jewish, oftentimes I've just been fascinated in linguistics, and so I invited him back to my place, and he stayed at my place for 2 weeks, and we had some great chats. I got him to the J. Green Interlinear Bible. He was going through that and saying the verses that he learnt in his bar mitzvah. He had the little, what do you call them? I can't remember the name. The box on your head that has the scriptures in them. He had the leather thing that you wrap around your fingers and around your arm. He showed me all those traditional things, and it was fascinating. It's like, okay, that's really interesting. It's I've never really thought about that, because in the 90s, the internet was only just in its infancy, and I don't even think I had a computer back then. And so, but one thing that sort of hit me was, he was just a sinner. It was like hanging around someone who was a Catholic who could do all the, the religious things, but really deep down, he's saying, oh, these Australian girls, they're so hot, and he's there smoking, and he's just acting like a normal sinner, And he's not even trying to be holy or anything, you know, but he's got these traditions that make him holy, you know. And, you know, he was part of the IDF. He had insignia that he talked about that had on one side had the Orthodox Jew and the other side had the Palestinian, and they're both wrapped around a tree with a rope. And it's sort of like saying that both of these are extremes. You know, you got to don't go to extremes. You know, just stay in the middle, sort of thing. And he said that was part of their insignia. Now, one thing that I would bring up, I'd talk about, okay, the Holocaust and everything. And he mocked it. He said, oh, the poor Jews. He said, look, everywhere I go around the world, everyone's like, you poor Jews, like we're the victims. Like he's an Israeli guy. He's saying this. I don't know where his parents, you know, we probably talked about his parents and where they came from and everything. But he was just saying, this is just being milked, the whole victim thing. And I was sort of offended by it, but, you know, you can't say anything. It's, you know, he's from there. He's from Israel. And when I picked up this book, now this book was written in 1992, and I think I got the 97 publication, 1994, and this is published in 97. So probably around that time or maybe a few years after. And this is a very interesting book where they interviewed 500 spies from the CIA, Mossad, you know, KGB, MI5, MI6, and they interviewed these guys, and they ended up asking them specific questions like, how did you fight against the Jews? How did you come against Jewish people? What was your role? What was your country's thoughts about Jewish people and all the rest of it? And so this has a bit of a different cover. This is sort of like one of the original ones. I actually gave my other book away just recently to a guy who was fascinated by this concept. And it's sort of like The Secret War Against the Jews. Yeah, that's the main title. How Western espionage betrayed the Jewish people. And so this whole book is sort of like saying that it's inherent in people to hate Jewish people. And the Jews are just sort of hated for no real reason. You know what I mean? It's just, you know, it's just part of life. I guess it's like, you know, the sin nature of the world. You know, people just hate Jews, I guess, because, you know, they've been God's chosen people. I guess according to the Christians, yeah, they've been the chosen people of God who brought the Messiah. So they're just hated. And but then you've got the concept of blowback. Okay, so we're going to talk about that. Now, I've gone through this. This is like a reference. Now, there are some bits I've skimmed over. There are other bits that I haven't read, but I have read quite a lot of it. It goes into the history. So have like the age of bigotry, 1920 to 1947. And so obviously this is coming from a Jewish perspective where they're saying we've been betrayed by the Soviets, we've been betrayed by the British, we've been betrayed by the Americans, we've been betrayed by the royal family, you know, this type of thing. And it goes in depth. It talks about the Liberty incident that happened, and basically says that according to intelligence officers, that was a CIA. It was a CIA craft, and that was bombed because they were giving intelligence to the Arabs, so they were betraying the Jews. So this is a whole book about the betrayal of Israel. Okay, so I read through that. At the time, I was like, wow, that's really amazing. They got all this information from spies, and they go right into the CIA. Alan Foster Dulles, I'm pretty sure that's his middle name, Foster. Or Alan Dulles, and Kim Philby, how he was a double agent, and it talks a lot about oil companies. You know, how I'm pretty sure it was Texas Oil Company, which is, I guess, is Caltex, could be. No, that's California. Anyway, but one of them, I think it was Caltex. They were supplying oil to the Nazis and to the Americans, and they were confronted about this, and they basically said, if you don't if you don't allow us to keep selling oil to the Nazis, we'll stop selling to America as well. And so, it's quite a big claim, these type of things. It goes right into Robert Maxwell, which is quite interesting because you got Ghislaine, his daughter, obviously she's with Epstein. So that's a bit of an issue that's happening today. So interesting read. It's fully coming from pro-Jewish, Israel perspective. And I read through that, and I remember purchasing that book. Now, how did I purchase this book? It's very interesting. This doesn't happen often to me. I was walking down the street, okay. Now, some people will probably say this is demonic. Some people will say this is God. Now, sometimes I hear the voice of God telling me to do things, telling me to go and visit someone. I go and visit them, and some crisis has just happened or whatever. And sometimes there's things that get put on your heart, and obviously you're like, I should go and see this person. I should do this. I should do that. Now, with this book, I was walking along the street, and I looked at a bookshop, and it was like God said to me, go into that bookshop. I've got a book for you in there. And I don't usually get that sort of thing. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do that, And so I walked into the bookshop. I was looking around, and then I saw this, and it was like I just knew straight away that's the book that I'm looking for, and I bought it and I walked out. And that was in the 90s, and it's one of those things where this has become a huge issue. It's like it's almost like I don't even want to talk about it because I've studied this for years and years and years and years, to the point where I'm sort of tired of even thinking about it. But it's such a big issue today. Now, Donald Trump has basically come out and said that he's Jewish. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that this has just happened. I'm going to have to get some footage of this. And so let me just grab some of this. And then we'll go back and we'll talk a bit about Blowback and what's happened here in Australia, because there's been a massacre. And we want to talk about the cause and effects of what's happening here. So let me just grab YouTube here. Okay, so Trump, okay.
You like Israel.
So check this clip out. Okay. Now I better make sure the sound is on. Yep, we got the sound. I can't actually regulate that sound. I'll just have to open it up on something else and make sure the sound's good. Okay, Nehemiah Gordon.
And why is that? Who cares?
Okay, yep, that's a good one. Okay, so let's go through this.
Hold on. And he loves Israel too. It's true. 2 seconds. 6 years ago, I was up here, and I said, "This is our first Jewish president." Now he's the first Jewish president to serve two not consecutive presidencies. We thank you for everything.
That's right. Bad things happened on the second one. Namely, the election was rigged. And we found out, and you see that happening. But
And you are the greatest president.
Thank you very much.
And God bless you. I miss you. This is our
Okay, so this is our first Jewish president.
first Jewish president.
He said, it's true.
it's true.
It's true. I don't think a lot of people have realized that. That Trump has converted to Judaism. Okay. And so a friend of mine was telling me the other day, this happened in 2017. And we know that Ivana, she's converted to Judaism as well. These guys will do the pilgrimage over to Israel and go to the Wailing Wall, etc. Okay. So when I'm saying, you know, I've read this book, you know, it's a thick book. I used to talk about this a lot. You know, one of my good friends, he went to Israel quite a few times, and we would talk about this stuff all the time. Okay. And so when someone's challenging me and saying, well, where biblically does Israel, you know, fit into your eschatology? Where does Israel fit in with, you know, are these people saved or are they not? I'm like, no, of course they're not saved if they're not born again, you know. But then there are other Christians who are like, no, you know, George Bush type of people, you know, that they're the people of God, you know. And in my debates on eschatology, I've had to try and get into the mindset of the IFB guys in America, because the new IFB sort of throw me into their bag. And when I'm talking about eschatology, they're like, well, you think, you know, Israel, they're God's chosen people. And they just have this list of things that the IFB think about Israel, and they just assume that I have adopted all those things, where I have my own nuance in a lot of this. And so there is another clip. Now, let me just jump in and see if I can pull this clip. Now, it was Trump, $250 million, I think it was. So there's a clip of him talking about this. Now, I might go to the shorts. So this Miriam Adelson, she supported Trump with $250 million. Okay. Okay. Well, people like the Young Turks, you know, we know that they're right on the left. They're just pointing these things out. But maybe I can share this one.
Miriam Adelson, you want to come up here? Come up here, Miriam. Miriam gave my campaign indirectly and directly $250 million. She was number one. When somebody can give you $250 million, I think that we should give her the opportunity to say hello. And Miriam, make it quick, because $250 million is not what it used to be. Okay? Hello, darling. Come in. Incredible woman with a great husband, a man that loved Israel.
Well, Mr. President, when you were in the Israeli parliament and you gave a speech and you saw me from far away, at that time I came with a scooter to the parliament just to hear you. I wanted to hear you alive. And then you said, Miriam Adelson, and I stood for a second, but it was so painful, so I said. Then you screamed, Miriam, stand up! And I wish you would have known, but I stood up and heard all your compliment, and thank you very much.
I saw you back there standing.
Yeah, you saw me.
She stood up bravely.
And now I met Alan Dershowitz, and he said the legal thing about 4 more years, and I said, Alan, I agree with you. So we can do it. Think about it.
Alan's here someplace. Where's Alan?
Alan is here, or he had a flight? Alan is here? Think about it.
Thank you.
Maybe I will be the first one who tell you, or second. Yeah.
She said, think about it. I'll give you another 250.
I will give.
But her husband, Sheldon, was an amazing guy, and he'd come up to the office, and there was nobody more aggressive than Sheldon. I think I spent more time with him and you, because you usually came up together, but he'd call and say, can I come over, please? I say, Sheldon, I'm president of the United States. It doesn't work that way anymore. It's like maybe tomorrow. How about tomorrow? No, please, just for a little while. And I would, he'd always say 10 minutes. It turned out to be about an hour and a half, right? And what he did is he fought for Israel. That's all he really fought for. He just wanted to take care of it. He just wanted to take care of Israel. So he was a great guy. He was a fantastic man, and he loved you so much. He couldn't see straight. So good. Thank you, darling. Be careful.
Okay. And so, these two clips that I've shown you, Donald Trump is basically saying that he is a Jewish president. And I think that's how most people have interpreted that. Here he's saying, this lady, she's supported with $250 million. She's got dual citizenship. She's an Israeli woman. There's one other clip that I want to show, which is, I'll just pull that back here. Trump Gaza video. Okay. So I just want you to put this into context. Okay. So, here's the Trump Gaza video. I'm just trying not to get copyright slammed. So I'm trying to get just something that's a little bit neutral. Yeah, maybe this one. Okay.
Donald is coming to set you free, bringing the light for all to see. No more tunnels, no more fear. Trump Gaza is finally here. Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new light. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza number one. Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new light. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza number one.
So just watch it again.
Donald is coming to set you free, bringing the light for all to see. No more tunnels, no more fear. Trump Gaza is finally here. Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new light. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza number one. Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new light. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza number one.
Okay, so what happens in the mindset of certain people when this occurs? Okay, when you have people who obviously people know about Islam, what they stand for, what they believe, just as much as when I mention Christianity or Catholicism or Hinduism. There are certain things that people believe, and obviously they're going to get pretty riled up about all these things that are happening. Okay, and so the consequences of blowback. Let me just read this. This is what blowback is. I'll make this a little bit bigger. Blowback. In intelligence and foreign policy analysis, blowback refers to the unintended consequences of state actions abroad that later return as violence, instability, and hostility against the originating state or its allies. The term originated with the CIA and is descriptive, not justificatory. It explains causation, not moral legitimacy. So it's a bit like if you go and you start bombing China, well, then you might have, Chinese people attacking people, certain people, certain groups of people, like, or just say Japan tomorrow attacked China like they did in the 1930s. You might have certain businesses put sanctions on Japan. You might have certain economic issues that occur, or you could have physical outbursts of anger against Japanese people, like say the was 160,000 Japanese people during World War II who were put in concentration camps in America because of what was happening back in Japan. And so, that's a type of blowback, but blowback is more so, it's the cause and effect, but it's like, say the CIA go and, bomb Iraq, but then some Iraqi guy drives a car down the road and runs over 20 people because of that. That's what blowback is. Okay. So we're not talking about which side we're on. We're not talking about who's right, who's wrong, whatever. We're just talking about cause and effect. And so it explains causation, not moral legitimacy. And so in connection with what's happening in Gaza, the vast majority of people in this generation, it's a bit like what's happened with the Vietnam War. Now, when the Vietnam War was happening, the media covered a lot of that war, and of course, this caused people to see the horrors of war on their TV screen. And lots of photographers were there. It was the first war that was very well documented, and so people saw the horrors of this. So they started protesting, saying, we shouldn't be there. And there were lots of protests that, this stirred up a lot of issues. So what we're seeing with Gaza now, most people have a phone. Most people have, in the third world, they have access to a phone. They have access to television that can show them this type of information. They can just type in on YouTube, what's happening in Gaza, and it'll come up. But in the Islamic world, which is basically from the end of Africa all the way through to Indonesia, which is just in Australia here, most of South Asia are Muslims. Most of the Middle East are Muslims. And so how do you think they're going to react to this? Okay. Now, regardless of whether you care how they react or whatever, what I'm showing you is that there is blowback happening. Okay, so we're not talking about morality, who's right, who's wrong, who's, if you drop a puppy dog in a pit with a whole bunch of scorpions and it dies, it's like, well, I'm not talking about whether it's right or wrong. I'm just talking about the facts about what's happened. So the core mechanism of blowback, so it operates through a predictable type of sequence. And so we might see like a military activity, like what we're seeing in Gaza. So we see civilian casualties. Then we see, the type of things that happen in warfare, blockades, people suffering, women and children. In Vietnam, pictures of people running down the road with their skin on fire, being napalmed, villages being napalmed, soldiers coming out and saying, this is immoral, I don't want to be a part of this. We're seeing that happen. Now, there are a lot of people in the IDF who are saying, what we've been doing there is terrible. And any war is terrible. Okay, so what's happening is that there is this good guy, bad guy sort of scenario in front of us. I'm just looking at the facts in general. And so regardless of the religious views of either side, even the political views of either side, what's happened is that Israel has lost this generation. Just like in the Vietnam War, when people started to look at what was happening in Vietnam and saying, this is immoral, we shouldn't be doing this, we shouldn't be there, and they're protesting against the war, that movement became popular. And what we're seeing today is, 5 years ago, people were listening to Ben Shapiro, hanging on every word, even, Jordan Peterson, his words, even, things that Donald Trump was saying, people on the conservative right. And one of the things that I've noticed is some of these guys were just stating the obvious of just saying, hey, you can say a woman's a woman, you can say a man's a man. Hey, you don't have to tread on eggshells around LGBT community people, which is sort of like if you rewound the clock back 10 years before that, like those issues weren't really even there. So it's almost like sometimes I think that some of these issues actually become issues. So you've got a problem, then you've got saviors who come along and say these amazing things, get followings, and then they're unpackaging what they really want to say later on. But they've already got millions of followers. Anyway, that's just an observation. So this generation have seen with TikTok and a whole bunch of other platforms, basically Gaza's been turned into a car park. And there are figures between 100 and 200,000 people dead, which is huge. That's huge. And so even conservative numbers will be talking about 60,000, which is huge. So who's going to get upset at this? Obviously, we're not even upset that Christians are dying in West Papua, in a Muslim country, because they're black. In West Papua, 500,000 have died. But the mine up there, they tend to cover up a lot of this information. The McMorran mine, biggest gold mine in the world. It's interesting, the CIA were involved with that. Alan Dulles knew about this mine before almost everyone. And there's been a lot of vested interest in the mine up there, but unfortunately it's caused a lot of people to die. And they are classified as terrorists because they just simply don't want to be overtaken by Indonesia. And so Indonesia is the largest Muslim country in the world. West Papua, when I was talking to the defense minister of Papua New Guinea, I said, what's your main issue? What's your main problem that you face? And they said Indonesia is a menace, that they oftentimes come into our country and they'll fly in helicopters and just terrorize people because they have a different mentality, they have a different religion. Oftentimes these local people will have pigs and things like that, which is seen as unclean. So this is a form of genocide and ethnic cleansing and all the rest of it that's happening because of the mines there. There's no other way that you can really look at it. It's not even being like covered up. It's just like there. Like this is an example. If you type in, genocide, Indonesia, it just comes up. It's like, there's no like alternative story. or the alternative is these guys are rebels and they've got guns and they're scary and so we have to get rid of them, type of thing. But it's not. It's sort of like, yeah, anyone would protect their homeland, and obviously these Papuans, they've been there for a long time, and so what they're just going to give up their place. So if people aren't really even concerned about that, people are way less concerned about Gazans. And some people will just come out and say these people are not human. They deserve to die. And so this is where my Christianity kicks in and goes, absolutely everyone is important. It doesn't even matter what they're believing or what they're thinking or what, Jesus died for all mankind. I'm not a Calvinist. I believe Jesus died for everyone, and everyone has an opportunity to repent. And that makes everyone important, regardless of where they're at the moment. And so what we see is this type of stirring up. So there's two things happening. People are becoming more aware of what's really happening in the Middle East. They're looking at, pictures of dead people, looking at, mass bombings of the place is a car park. And even Trump's like, who would want to live there? It's hell, sort of thing. But the problem is Trump is basically, he's turned around and said, we're going to turn this into the Riviera of the Middle East. And we are going to make that place into a paradise. And one of the reporters put their hand up and said, well, and so what about the Gazans? So they're going to move back there. He's like, no, we're going to move them on. Who would want to live there? Who in their right mind would live in a horrible place like that? And it's like, but so you're going to kick them all out and turn it into a paradise? You know, the amazing Trump, Elon Musk, you know, type of thing. And where are these people going to go? And it's you listen to this and it's just amazing, but it's making more and more sense as time goes on. That, see, what a lot of people don't know, and this is what people need to understand. The main agenda for acquisition of land is not just to get Gaza, or not just to get the West Bank and all the rest of it. Their main agenda is to go from the Euphrates to the Nile. Okay, so it's not just you know, around where Israel is today. They want Syria, Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Egypt. So they want all that to be under Israeli rule. And they want either those people to move out or basically just be dominated and ruled by Israel. So that's the main thing. And a lot of people don't understand that Israel aren't just there like, look, we went through the Holocaust. We just want a little place where we can do our thing. No, they've got this plan to expand. Now, the thing is, you know, America, they've always had a plan to expand. Okay. So obviously you got the first 13 colonies. You know, they've created the United States, and then they've expanded and they've continued down to the point where a lot of South America sort of became banana republics underneath the Americans, underneath the United States. And so the banana republics are basically places where people are working for companies, and these companies will pay them in vouchers. They can only really get food and things like that from the company shops. So they're basically just sort of working for food. It's like a type of slavery. And they would call these the banana republics, you know. So these places in South America, like the vast majority of people, and I would probably say nearly everyone who is in power or who has been in power in South America in the last like 20 or 30 years, as far as I know, has been put there by the United States government. And I know that there are some people on the left who I wouldn't agree on financial policy, or, you know, they've got socialist mindsets. But sometimes when they're talking about history, they tend to dig a little bit deeper than some other people would. And there's an interesting book called Hopes and Prospects by Noam Chomsky. And he talks about Haiti and the history of Haiti. And it's eye-opening. Now, it's one of those things where you listen to Noam Chomsky, he'll say some interesting things on stuff, but then he'll say some political and ideological concepts I would reject. But he does point out some truths that people really need to go, okay, we accept that basically South America has been just a playground for the United States imperialist concept, that because United States is sort of forever expanding. So, you know, obviously, I think it was the 1950s, they ended up having 50 states. 1950s, yeah, I think it was. And then you've got a bunch of other places. You know, you've got Hawaii, you've got Alaska, you've got, was it Puerto Rico? I'm pretty sure they are underneath the United States. And so there's this expansionist type of thing. And then after World War II, you see like these type of garrison setups where you have the military bases, the 1,000 military bases around the world. So America are, like the old Rome, just having an outpost in England and an outpost in Israel and an outpost in Carthage, and they're all over the place. And so America are sort of everywhere. And the history of America is to constantly expand. And we know the history of the Native American people. I don't think anyone doubts that. I guess because there are so many people on my Facebook at the moment who, if I said, hey, America killed 100 million Indians or whatever, they'd say, what's it? That they would just downplay that. I just find there's just so many people at the moment who are like, I'm sick of the white guilt. I'm sick of this and sick of that. But I'm just pointing out a fact that's true. It's like saying the Romans killed this many people, or Genghis Khan did this. It's just a fact. And so, and that's what I'm trying to do here is just look at the facts. I'm not siding. I'm just going, this is happening before my eyes. I think I'm seeing things. There's cause and effect happening here. There are a few little things that I think people are not seeing, especially when it comes to race, when it comes to evolution, the mindset that white people are superior and black people are closer to monkeys. This is a huge issue. The eugenics program by Hitler was very popular in Germany. The concept of having superior races, people with lighter skin, they're superior, people with darker skin are inferior. And as I mentioned earlier, the concept of people lightening themselves in many of these nations in Africa and Asia to appear enlightened. Because if you're very dark, you are not enlightened, and people will treat you as a second-class citizen. This is like me going to India and explaining the caste system. It's just the facts of that's how the world is at the moment. I'm not saying I agree or disagree or whatever. It's just like you have pretty much everyone saying when you have white people, they are more intelligent, smart. We created civilization. Look at the cathedrals. Look at this. Look at Europe. Europe is the best. Other people didn't have that sort of stuff. They're just savages. They're just, this type of thing is very popular, But I'm just pointing that out. And so the whole concept of race is a huge issue here. I'll just read some of these comments. James Sheffield said, being born and raised in RI, I have been influenced by Roger Williams. Check him out. Okay. Igramart says, my geopolitical philosophy is very uncomplicated. America first, naturally. The rest of the world has a choice, dominated by communist Red China or perhaps the international drug cartels. Okay. Because, my understanding would be, like I understand America first, but see, America, they have a spy base here in Australia, 1,000 CIA officers, and they have 3,000 troops here. They dominate our politics here. 1975, they overthrew our government here. We're just like, there's sort of nowhere that hasn't been touched by America. Like when I was living in Pakistan, looking at the history and everything, the government there were given $2 billion when Pakistan started for their military by America. And so America has their fingers in all the pies. And so that's what I'm critiquing. It's different if you're living in America. It's sort of like explaining the Roman Empire. Now, to people in Rome who are enjoying the benefits of being a Roman citizen, that's fantastic. Yes, Rome is the best. We're the best. We have freedom. We've got all this. We got all that. But most other people are living in absolute misery, and they don't have freedom, and they don't have what's being promoted, as the American dream. because a lot of their resources are being stolen and being sucked out of these places. The world's being looted, and it's I guess in a way sometimes I do get morally involved, because I've stood at the edge of massive pit mines going, look at this, this is the result of mining companies coming in and just taking everything out. And we need to do that. We need mines. But 20,000 people were killed because Australia, this is in the 1990s, Australia had a proxy war with these people because they didn't want these companies just stealing everything from them. They wanted something back. And so that's, obviously in 1953 with the Shah, in the installment of the Shah in Iran, Mossadegh wanted to nationalize the fuel. So basically what's happened is, if you want to nationalize your fuel or your resources, you get labeled as communist, you get labeled as socialist, you get labeled as whatever. And America will put in someone who's like that, who they can hate. Then they can come in and pretty much do what they want. And I guess in a way that's just the way of the world. I mean, if we were to just say, okay, America's like, behaving like Genghis Khan, they're just going through the world and doing whatever they want. It's like, that's what I'm pointing out. I'm like, but to sort of say it's Christian or moral or, hey, we love Jesus and all this sort of stuff, on top of all that, or this is God's will, or this is God's plan, or, we're God's favored people. To me, that's where it's like, no, you're misrepresenting Christianity. Sure, go, steal, rape, kill, pillage. That's the way of the world. That's history. But when it comes down to, okay, yeah, I'm a Bible-believing, born-again Christian, and we can do that in the name of Jesus. I'm like, no, that's not really. If you're going to associate me with that, I'm going to have to do videos like this and separate myself from that. And so Igramart says, all the USA, I do think Western culture is superior. I guess the thing is, if you throw money at anything, you usually get, superior technology, superior, lifestyle, and so I guess the thing is, like, from my perspective, the UK, Australia, America, we're robbing the rest of the world. So say like Papua New Guinea, one of our closest neighbors, they're so resource rich. There's so many mines and there's so much gas there, but almost, like, I would say 95% of that goes outside the country. And the people there, when you go up there, the poverty is so bad. People will just sit on the side of the road and sell things for like 20 cents and try and catch fish, but all the rivers are just hugely polluted and they're just being crushed. And when you see it firsthand, you're like, yeah. When you see that, like, say in Bougainville, 20,000 people were massacred. Where I was street preaching, people would say you're actually preaching and there's a mass grave underneath where you're standing of just a whole bunch of people who were killed just in the 1990s. I'm like, oh, and if you go through the world, you go through to Panama, you go down to, go through the Middle East, go through Afghanistan, go through Iraq, go through Syria, go through Libya. Like, the world is being turned into like a prison, and to me, this is just the facts. The world has been turned into sort of like the banana republic thing that I was explaining before, and people don't have freedoms. They don't have the ability to get out of poverty. They don't have the ability to, like, the only hope for them is just get to another country, oftentimes, and hopefully become one of them, because the country is so bad. And when I hear people talk about, Venezuela, oftentimes it's like, oh, Venezuela, they adopted socialism, those fools. They adopted socialism, and look at what happens. And it's like they forget about the American intermeddling with everything. It's like, books like, The Confessions of an Economic Hitman, and, what's happened over the years. It's almost like the United States of amnesia. People just forget what's happened like 5 years ago, or especially like 10, 20, 30 years. Like some of these consequences that are happening, some of the blowback that's happening is because of things that have happened 30 years ago. And, the whole Iran-Iraq war, the CIA was saying, well, that's because we overthrew Mossadegh. Some people pointed that to 9/11, and this is what I was saying at the beginning. The word blowback has even been co-opted. The word blowback, they used that for 9/11, like, oh, it's blowback. We've been intermeddling in people's affairs, and it's come back to haunt us. No, I think anyone who does not admit that America was involved itself in 9/11 just seriously has a blockage, or they have a platform and they realize that they will get defunded or unplatformed if they start saying that 9/11 was basically done by Americans. I mean, if anyone can explain to me World Trade Tower number 7 and how it just fell, if you can explain that to me convincingly, I'll change my mind. That's usually the only thing I look at. I've looked at everything else, but I try and keep things to certain very convincing arguments, rather than getting into all the weeds of like, oh, did a plane actually hit the Pentagon? And they go, no, it didn't. And then they find, oh, there's a few plane parts, but not many. And it's like, well, that's a plane. You know what I mean? Like the whole loose change thing, it just seemed ridiculous. Zeitgeist and all that sort of stuff. A lot of that seems ridiculous. But at the end of the day, I sort of listen to people talk about 9/11. I don't know anyone personally, and I've talked to hundreds of people over the years. I don't know anyone personally who believes the official 9/11 narrative. I've read the 9/11 Commission report. I went through all that. You can get it in audio. You can listen through it. It seems ridiculous. It's ridiculous. They don't even mention Tower number 7. And most people don't know about Tower 7. You start talking to them and you're like, yeah, so, Tower 7 just fell down. They're like, oh, the Twin Towers. That's how illiterate people are on this. So you're not dealing with an informed, educated population. You're dealing with people who are just, they have no idea about things, and they just see something on TV and they get upset, And so when you start looking into these things, doing deep dives into things, and you come up with like showing people that it's impossible for this building 7 just to fall, maybe I should get some footage of that because most people don't even know about it. What's it? WT7. Okay. Here we go. This goes for 17 seconds. So check this out.
Had moved back from that building before, what you're about to see again here on videotape, knowing that fire could not be fought because of the instability of the structure, because of the fire that had burned since shortly after 9 o'clock this morning.
Dana Tyler is joining us in the information.
And, the official is there was just some office fires. And I know there was one side that was damage, but it wasn't a huge amount of damage, and it wasn't enough to do that. And for the whole building just to collapse like that, and you can see the detonation charges popping out. It's like, so if someone can explain that to me, then I'll stop saying, yeah, I don't want to fall into the narrative of 9/11's an inside job. But definitely some people, I don't know who, some people in America were involved with this, because no plane hit that building. Well, just watch it again. Let me go full screen. Like
Center. She has some
moved back from that building before, which you're about to see again here on videotape, knowing that fire could not be fought because of the instability of the structure, because of the fire that had burned since shortly after 9 o'clock this morning.
Dana Tyler is joining.
And this building was as big as a Rialto building in Melbourne. It was huge. And to just go, yeah. And the thing is, it was built not to fall. When you understand the history behind Building 7, it was designed after the first terror attack in the early 1990s. And the Twin Towers were attacked by, I think it was a van, had a whole bunch of explosives. It exploded. The first 2 floors were gutted. But that's where, CIA, FBI, FEMA, I think it was the mayor's office, that all these institutions were in the Twin Towers. And they're like, actually, these Twin Towers have become targets. So maybe we should build a building that if anything happens to these Twin Towers, we can at least govern everything from there. So that was Giuliani's office, I'm pretty sure. That's where you have, all the acronyms, FBI, CIA, all the rest of it were all there, and it was designed not to fall. That's where I'm just like, please explain. But the thing is, when I see politicians get up there and go, Islamic terrorists did 9/11, I'm just like, who did that? And to me, in my mind, it's like not even talking about this shows that there's something amiss. And people are just shutting their mind off and going, they're either completely ignorant of it, or they're shutting their mind off and going, I know there's a big problem with the government. I know there's a big problem. We probably did that, but I can't talk about it or else I'll lose my job, or else I will, in a sense, if you're in the media or you're an influencer or whatever, you start coming out and saying this stuff, they'll just call you a flat earther. And so, but then other people, I don't even really follow Tucker Carlson. His stuff comes up every now and then in my feed. I'm like, oh, okay. But he seems to be right onto this at the moment. And I'm like, man, that's good. And he was just completely sucked in by the whole narrative. So people are becoming aware. Now, when even someone like Ron Paul, when he turns around and won't say, hey, there's something very wrong that's happened on that day, he's just, it seems like he's dancing around the issue. Because he would have been considered a radical when he ran for president in 2008. When you got people like Julian Assange, and people point these things out to him and say, well, what about 9/11? Because he ran WikiLeaks. People would have been sending him stuff all the time. And he just said, oh, they're just a bunch of conspiracy nuts. And it's like, it just makes me wonder about the credibility of some of these people, or the cognitive dissonance. They just don't want to believe that. There's something blocking. Because what we just saw was a building just fall down. That just doesn't happen. And so the reality is just getting in the way of the good story here. So, I'm going to try and segue this into what's recently happened in Australia at Bondi Beach. We're going to talk about that. But let me just say this generation, the Israeli propaganda machine, and everyone has a propaganda machine. The Israelis have one, America has one, Australia has one, everyone has one, and they've lost the battle with this generation. This generation, they are looking at what's happening in Gaza, and they are as disgusted as people were finding out about the Vietnam War. They're like, this is terrible. Why are we there? What's going on? And so, and many times you think it's just because of stupid reasons, like say Afghanistan, Iraq, even Vietnam. Why are they there? What are they doing? Well, when you understand the military industrial complex, that private companies make lots of money from war, that helps when you understand that. When you understand, like say, if you were a shoemaker in China and they came and said, we want you to shoe our military, okay, you're going to have to give them, I guess, their basic boots. How many pairs of them do they have to have? You know, how often do they wear out? You know, do you have to have them in pristine condition, you know, do you get a new pair every year, you know? And that's just one pair. What about your training joggers? What about your uniform when you're dressing up for parades and things like that? You need your shoes. There could be like 6 or 7 different types of shoes that you need. And that, like, if they've got millions and millions of people in their military and you're making their shoes, you just made a mozza. You made a lot of money through the military. Now, if they have a war against Russia or something like that, or whoever against America, they all of a sudden need those. They need more of those shoes. So war creates like a frenzy. People make money from that. Private companies make money. Like, you think of a helmet. Like, how many people need helmets? How many people need watches? How many people need your headphone sets, walkie-talkies, you know, CBs, this type of thing? How many people need a vehicle, Hummers? You know, and you're talking about a vehicle that can withstand getting bombed. You know, you think of Iraq and how much money would have gone into the vehicles there, into a tank, into a gun. How many guns do you need? How like, when you've got a missile that can be like $1 million, they just shoot one missile, there's $1 million. Another missile, 2 million. You know, that's a lot of money. And so that money comes from somewhere. Now, when they're at war, like in Iraq, obviously, that's coming from the taxpayers in America. So these private companies like Raytheon, you know, Lockheed Martin, Halliburton, they're making lots and lots of money when this happens. So that's why you get people like Dick Cheney. You know, one minute he's the vice president, next thing he's the CEO of Halliburton. You know, and you see this blurring of the lines. Now, if we saw that in Indonesia, we'd just go, oh, that's how the Indonesians are. They're run by the military. If we saw that in Russia or wherever. But in America, no, we're the good guys. We are the champions of civilization. We're trying to spread peace around the world. Our motives are good. Other people are bad. Our motives are good, you know. So understanding the military-industrial complex, understanding that people make a lot of money from war, let alone going into a country and exploiting their resources, like, you know, fuel, you know, oil, gold mines. What you usually find is most places where there's mines or where there's oil, they've been radicalized. And it's quite interesting. If you do this research yourself, just go, okay, well, where's there a mine in, just pick a country, where's there a mine in this area, and just look at the history of that area. You usually find that there's a whole bunch of radicals there. For some reason, they're radicals, whether it's in Africa or whether it's in, you know, Afghanistan. There's a bunch of people around a certain mine, a certain region that are radical, you know. And I think that's done on purpose, because then when there's a huge conflict there, it's like, well, it's these people, they're radicals, you know. And that's what we see happening in West Papua, where 500,000 people have been killed. But no one really cares because they're black. We see that the McMoran mine, the biggest gold mine in the world that Alan Foster Dulles knew about, and he actually hid that from JFK, which is quite interesting. The people there are they're radical. They're seen as radicals. So if America had to go in there and sort the problem out tomorrow, they would have heaps of reasons, like, well, they're radicals, they're terrorists, they've got guns, you know, this type of thing. And so what we see is there are some groups that are easier to demonize. You know, if you're committing jihad, or you're doing that type of thing, well, obviously that's the best type of enemy. If you're a full communist, it's like they're the best enemies. They're the easiest ones to overthrow, because everyone goes, yeah, we don't want communism, you know. But if you've got a certain religious ideology that no one really likes in the West, even more so. It's like, oh, get rid of these people, and they're not even human. Just get rid of them, So America, it has been expanding since it started, pushing certain types of people out. And then since it, in the 1950s, it sort of added the 50th state, then it has been growing through military power around the world, has 1,000 military bases now. So it is the new Rome. Now, it was seen as Russia was like this enemy of America. It makes you wonder sometimes, because in the 1980s, when Russia fell, 80s and early 90s, the whole thing just collapsed. But America kept expanding. And it's like, oh, who are we going to have as an enemy now? It's like radical Islam. They're the enemy, because up until then, all the movies were like, all the baddies were Russians, Before that, they were all Germans. Then they're all Russians. And then it's like, oh, they're all, Taliban. They're all these type of people. And yes, all these ideologies have problems. All these ideologies are easy to go, hey, we don't want that. But what happens when what we're seeing today with Trump saying that he's the first Jewish president? He's basically announced that he's Jewish. And we see that if you basically show the amount of influence that Jewish people have in American politics, you're demonized. Okay. Sometimes for just saying like what I'm saying now, like some basic things. It's like, okay, well, this many people, are in Congress who have these type of leanings, and these people are paid by these type of people. I mean, to me, it's just like looking at, say, the India-Pakistan conflict. Okay, now they've been fighting for 70 years. There's a place called Kashmir. That place. There's been more fighting over that than anything, really. Now, if I was to say, well, these people in Pakistan are influenced by these Indian people and probably getting money from them, and that would just be considered a normal type of thing to talk about. Now, we have that type of thing here in Australia because I think we've just brought in like 1 million Indians. And so people are like, well, they're getting into politics, they're getting involved with things. And so they're just pointing those things out. Hey, these people aren't really interested in Australia, they're interested in India, and that, who knows who's funding them and all the rest of it. And so that's just the sort of natural thing that you would ask. But apparently if you do that with Israel, you're anti-Semitic. And so you will be demonized. And that's where I'm like, hang on, I'm not anti-Semitic. I love everyone equally. Hitler made Jews like rats. They're less than human. Sometimes modern day Zionism makes Jews superhuman, that we're better than everyone, sort of thing, where I think that both of them are anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic. I think what we need to do is view Jewish people as humans. And see, the thing is, too, a lot of people will jump on the bandwagon and say, oh, Jew this, Jew that. I think what people need to do is personally go and make friends with some Palestinians and with some Jewish people and talk to them about these issues. And you'll be surprised, like so many of my Jewish friends hate Netanyahu. And they've grown up there in Israel, and they're like, I hate the guy. To us, he's just like a warmonger. He's like a George Bush guy just going around killing everyone. We're not into that. But then you've got other people who are like, no, I support it. And so, but then listening to Palestinians and their point of view, because this is the thing, people like getting the news bulletins. They're the worst type of they're all just Darth Vaders. There's 1 million Darth Vaders there. What are you going to do about it? Like they're just wild hornets or something. And if you just poke your stick around that area, they're just going to all come and attack you. And it's like, go and meet these people, talk to them, share the gospel with them. And what's amazing is you run into people who are like, yeah, but we've got proof of our family living there for like 300 years. 500 years. We got church records that go back because we're Christians there, especially like in areas like the West Bank, where in the 1980s was 35% Christian. Obviously, it's Catholic and Orthodox and some Protestant groups, but they're not the horrible, wicked, jihadis. And it's like, well, that sort of ruins the narrative. So I guess in the 1980s, you couldn't just demonize everyone, could you? But the less, the more those numbers go down, and the less Christians are there, then that narrative becomes true, sort of thing, and they can be easily demonized. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Well, as far as I can see, the reason that I brought that up about American expansionism is because that's what the British did. They expanded around the world. America turned around, and I don't know if this was by design, but it does sort of look that way. A lot of American money propped up the Third Reich. And then England became so weak that they're begging America to help them, getting loans that they've only just recently paid off. And all of a sudden, the power baton has gone from England to America, and America's gone, cool, we've got it. And they've just grown and grown and grown. That they're the world superpower. And was that by design? Who knows? It's interesting to think about. But it's still expanding. And so what I'm saying is, for Israel to do what they're doing is not seen as it's not seen as something that's wrong from people who are constantly expanding. To go from the Euphrates to the Nile, to overtake Syria, Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, all those countries, and to make that into the greater Israel is not seen as like a bad thing. It's like, yeah, those desert rats out there just need to flee or be governed. They need to take over that whole area, and so of course they're going to get support from people who have sort of been doing that themselves. So that's just my observation. And I'll go through some of these comments, and then I'll segue this onto the Bondi thing. But that was the reason why I brought up, some of the history of America, military-industrial complex, all that's happening with the 1,000 bases, the expansion, the global empire that America has. And so when you see Israel come up and do that, what they're doing, obviously if they've got American support, America are going to support them all the way to Iran or to Iraq. They're going to have that whole area, which is very interesting. And especially it's very interesting for Christians with eschatology, knowing as far as I'm aware, that the Antichrist will be an Assyrian, and that he will have the mouth of a mouth of a lion, which is Baghdad, which is Babylon, Iraq. He'll have the feet of a bear, which is Medo-Persia, Iran, and he'll have the body of a leopard, which is Syria. So he's going to come out of that area. Micah chapter 5 calls him the Assyrian. So it's very interesting. He's a little horn that comes from the Seleucid kingdom. Now, the Seleucid kingdom was part of Alexander the Great's divisions. He had 4 divisions. One of them was Seleucid kingdom, which included that whole area. So it's very interesting. And it's very interesting as well that when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, know that the end and desolation is near. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, this type of thing that we're seeing, whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether it's ugly, whether it's sad or whatever, these things are going to have consequences, and these things are going to lead us into, the Great Tribulation period. So I'll catch up with these comments. Igramart says, if Australia does not want our support, I think you're free to go your own way, just like the Japanese militarists back in the 1930s. I'm sure China will leave you alone. What sort of comment is that? I mean, Australia has fought in every American war. I'm just pointing out the fact that if we go to Afghanistan and just bomb the place for years and years and years, or Iraq, which the vast majority of people recognize there were no weapons of mass destruction. They just wanted to be in there for the military-industrial complex and to manipulate the oil markets. And there's, a whole bunch of other reasons, the petrodollar recycling system. Who's, you're like, if Australia doesn't want our support, it's like, I'm describing, like, if I was to describe the British Empire, who was, like, say, in the 1940s, like 10 million Indians under the British Empire were starved to death. There's been no famine in India since the British left. There was 10 major famines while the British were there because they were designed. They were done to keep the people down. So then, that's just the facts. America were behaving like the Nazis. When you look at Guantanamo Bay, when you look at these things, this is just, we've been doing it too. We've been killing people locally here. I'm not just saying, hey, Americans are all bad. I'm saying, yeah, you guys are bad. We're just as bad. UK have just been as bad right up until World War II, and they've been involved with all these wars as well, killing millions of civilians and children lying in a puddle of blood and gagging and, phosphorus, white phosphorus all over their back, and, Lebanese children just getting cluster bombed. And that's just happening. I'm like I said, I'm not saying right, wrong, whatever. I'm just saying this is just happening. I'm just looking at the data and going, okay, well, America bombed these people. Yeah, people died. Oh, these other people, yeah, these jihadis, they did this, and these other people died. That's a tragedy. That's a tragedy. It's all bad, And then it's like, if you don't want our support, you're free to go your own way. I think Australia is a state of America. We have no say in our politics. And actually, we are basically just as ruled by Israel as America. Now, I'll get you another video, which is Bob Carr, Israel. So listen to the state of things in Australia, because people are sort of going, hang on, Israel's sort of ruling over us, So listen to what Bob Carr says about the Jewish lobby in Australia.
The Israel Jewish lobby in Australia is a foreign influence operation. It's designed to put the interests of Israel above the interests of Australia and its foreign policy. And no one else has an operation as well funded. No other country has an operation with offices in every Australian capital city. No one else organises donations to attempt to elevate its influence in the way the Jewish lobby does in Australia. Now, this is simply a fact of life. And I had a record in my diaries of the foreign minister, and they've never been contradicted. What Kevin Rudd said to me about this, the reference he made to it, about money being raised. Tony Burke, in one of the cabinet exchanges, said that in just about every discussion he'd had of how we vote on Israel and Palestine, someone had made reference to the importance of campaign donations as a consideration in this. And the model for the Jewish lobby is what happens in the United States. If any member of Congress or the Senate expresses a view critical of Israel, sympathetic to the Palestinian cause, you can guarantee that someone will be funded by supporters of Israel to run against them in the next primary. And the person they find to run against the incumbent may be someone who's never expressed a view about Israel and Palestine, but there will be a well-funded opponent. Now, I remember years ago I had a meeting with someone from the Jewish lobby in Washington who just spelt this out. He spelt out to a group of us, considered to be supporters of Israel, as we were at the time, that this is how they operate. This is how they operate. And if anyone, even in a remote Rocky Mountain state, a state with an insignificant population like Montana, any congressperson who departs from the pro-Israel line can be guaranteed, they would guarantee, that they would have a primary opponent who would be well-funded.
Okay, so Bob Carr, he talks about how this happens in Australia. I'm not actually sure that's the exact one that I wanted to show. It looks like it. But maybe it's cut up a tiny bit, but he does talk about in Australia, you know, that happens. That basically if you start departing from the general narrative, people will get funded sort of out of nowhere. All of a sudden you've got an opponent and they get all the votes and they're just supported by Israel, you know, and so that's happening in Australia. So, I mean, regardless of whether it's Israel or India or, you know, or America intermeddling or whoever, this is just reality, you know. And even like Bob Carr, like he was very high up in politics. I'm pretty sure he was Premier of New South Wales, where I live, for quite a long time, which is high up, you know. So he's probably been one of the most like influential people in Australian politics, you know, in the last 20 or 30 years. Like he's probably been up there with like top 6 or 7, you know, sort of thing. So he knows, you know, and he's traveling around talking to people like Kevin Rudd, who is obviously an ambassador that Trump doesn't like. You know. Permafrost says, I just did a deep dive on NASA's past missions. The USA is full of beep. Yeah, it's interesting, Operation Paperclip, in how NASA started. You know, deception is huge, and it sort of makes me laugh, you know, that people still believe that, you know, certain people went to the moon. I mean, I've doubted that since the 90s. It's way too convenient. But you know, the fact that they're not going there regularly, you know, because they've lost the technology. Apparently, that's the official. Venezuela, Igramart says Venezuela is the most successful country in South America prior to the communist country. Communism is demonic and major threat to Christian culture. Yeah, that's true. But I think the thing is, what I see, most Americans don't acknowledge that America has destroyed the economy of the vast majority of these places. See, the thing is, like, if you look at somewhere like Norway, where a lot of their resource money goes back into their own economy, they're booming. But if you're some backwards place like, you know, Colombia or Brazil or Venezuela, where you can easily just sort of be, you know, have you know, someone can just come in and throw in some weird leader, overthrow your government. I mean, they overthrew the Australian government. The Americans overthrew our government here in Australia in 1975. So we don't trust that we have any. We don't have any say in our politics. We just vote. we vote for the underdogs all the time. Well, I do. You know, most people just they don't even know this history. They're not even thinking about this. But see, the whole Venezuela thing, it's a bit like seeing some kid with, you know, say 20 candy bars, and someone just going up and punching them in the face like 500 times so they're nearly dead, and then you know, putting a T-shirt on them that has a communist symbol and saying it's because of communism. Like, to me, the main thing is American intermeddling. And I guess when you're in America, you're not seeing it. When you're outside of America, you just see it everywhere. Like when I'm in Pakistan and Imran Khan is thrown in jail because of America, America just, that they just get the politics and just throw it all around, and the next thing you know, they're doing exactly what America wants. People, governments are thrown out, dictators are put in because of America. And so I if you can't see that, I would say it's a blind spot, and you really need to study into it. So I can't understand. Like, I guess it's like saying, just trying to think of an example. I can't think of anything at the moment. Permafrost says it's just a building. Igramart says very few large conspiracies are true because they would have to involve lots of people, and successful conspiracies require the efficiency and silence of too many people. Or it depends how you're defining the word conspiracy. I mean, conspiracies exist. Jesus died on the cross because of conspiracy. They conspired against him. They even had people like the disciples were, Judas was involved. It's a basic, like, conspiracy is a basic thing. I know some people have been browbeaten to, if you talk about conspiracy, it's a kooky thing. You wear a tinfoil hat and all the rest of it. But not all conspiracies are hidden. Some conspiracies just happen right in front of you. And people conspiring, people getting together and conspiring can happen right in front of you because they're just blatant and they don't care. You can get, if you go to certain countries, police will just walk up to you and say, give us bribe money. Like when I'm in Indonesia and we're in a taxi and they pull up on the side of the road and the police are like, give us money. They're on the side of the road pulling up tourists, demanding money. And that's that they're conspiring against the tourists, and the government must be involved. The local police must know what's going on. No one cares, so just because it's hidden doesn't make it more of a conspiracy. Like, I know that the word conspiracy has lots, it's sort of like a polytheme. There's lots of things, and also added is conspiracy theory, where it's just, it's a theory, we don't really know, sort of thing. Igramart says, yes, of course, it's easy to demonize Islamofascism and communism because they are demonic. I do agree that we did not handle the fall of Soviet Union well. But the thing is, like, say the people in Vietnam who were killed by Australians and Americans, like, that's demonic. like the people who died in Iraq, people who died in Afghanistan, people who died in Libya. I mean, to me, that's just, it's bad. See, the thing is, there's not even a justification for what happened in those places. It's like, they've got bin Laden, and so they're just bombing and it's sort of like, we've got a baddie over there. Let's just keep shooting in the crowd, killing kids, killing women, killing just old men and old ladies, and it's like, just keep killing them. And it's like, finally we got the bad guy. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, not even, like, I'm talking about my Christian morality. I'm a pacifist. Jesus said, turn the other cheek, love your enemies, and all that sort of stuff. Okay. But put that aside, just normal sort of secular morality. Most people go, yeah, it was an immoral thing to go into Iraq, But who did that? The Americans did that. So the thing is, half the time it's just getting America to admit that they've been immoral. Most people won't even admit it. It's just it's hubris, it's pride. It's like, well, we're the best, so we can actually do whatever we want. And this is the whole thing with the Brits. They're going around, they're ruling places, obviously for financial gain. At first, the reason that they got in contact with, India, the reason they were with the Ottomans is because they were a major power with a Protestant leadership, where most of Europe had a Catholic leadership and wouldn't trade. So this caused lots of problems, and so they had to go around Europe. And that caused the opening up of India and the Ottoman Empire to trade with them. But But yeah, so anyway, let's move on. Gentile Dog says, I guess in Christ's case, it's not really a conspiracy as defined to today's standard because it was the most documented event in history. And I guess that's where, you know, conspiracy is not so much, oh, it has to be hidden. Conspiracy theory, that's usually where it's a theory. We don't know. It's, you know, are they cloak and dagger people? You know, have they you know, secretly conspired to do this? But you can openly conspire. And so, yeah, that's where I guess the word conspiracy has many different layers of definition. We would call it a polyseme, where it means different things to different people. Isaiah says it was Dick Cheney, not USA. And see, that's the thing. It's like, okay, well, it's him, you know, but this is the thing. Like, can't the Gazan people go, well, it's these radical guys here, but they're all dying because of it. And I guess we tend to group people, where this is another flaw that I see happening in Christianity, is the grouping of people and the demonization of people. Okay, well, they're all brown people. They're all these type of people. Like, I was talking to a guy who's a major part, and I'm going to show you the conversation that we had, because I couldn't read his posts anymore without saying something, because it was ridiculous. Now, he might have blocked me, but I'll just check it out. So, what's his name? Okay. So this is Chris Thomas. Now, he's usually got stuff on, you know, he's sort of against Jewish people, but he's just against black people in general, usually. And, you know, sometimes people point out things, oh, this person's got certain favor and this person doesn't, like the Jesse Smollett thing. It's, you know, things like that are ridiculous. But I guess too, it's like banning a whole culture. Like, oh, we ban all Indians. Like India's a massive place with a whole diverse, you know, population. You can't demonize everyone as, oh, you're part of a whole country. You know what I mean? And a lot of people are against Modi. That they would actually fight against him. So yeah, you can see by the comments or by the posts here that, you know, nearly everything is about race and, you know, America first, no more Jewish supremacy, So I just want to get to the one that I was talking about. But the thing is too, he's posting all this stuff and no one's liking it. He's just like in this echo chamber. I think there's one or two people who like it every now and then. I'm trying to find the one that I had yesterday. This is how much he's posting. I might have to actually search for it. Yeah, I think I will have to. Okay, yes, here we go. Okay, so this is the post. He's got none. Matt Walsh said, Australia used to have a whites-only immigration policy. They abolished it decades ago so that they wouldn't be called racist anymore. Question, in what way has the newer, more racially tolerant, diverse immigration policy benefited them? Okay, so that was true because we were under the British. We had the White Australia policy. And you know, since World War II, there's been lots of different groups that have come in. But the thing is, there's always been different groups. There's been Chinese people have been here for quite a long time. There are people who have been here for like 200 years from China, you know. So anyway, so I love my African, Indian, Indonesian, Papuan, Cambodian, and Pakistani friends. Okay. with 3 love hearts. Because I'm an Australian. He's, they've quoted, there's nothing that any of these people have done. So I've got great friends who are African. Okay, great, awesome people. Great, like some of their best friends have been Indian people. So hospitable, so kind, very welcoming, loving, great people. Indonesian people, like tons of Indonesia. It's our closest neighbor. Papuan. We get lots of people from Papua New Guinea locally here working. Cambodian people. And when I was growing up, my best friend was a Palestinian. So I'm not lying when I say this. I'm not virtue signaling at all, but I'm like, I love my friends who are these people. Okay. Now listen to this is supposedly one of the leaders of the confessional bibliology movement. Chris Thomas, he runs a confessional bibliology website. He's like, great. And they can stay in their home countries and stop destroying Western nations when their average IQ hits 100. That will probably take 1,000 years of no interbreeding. You know what I mean? It's like these people are like rats. They're just scum. And it's like, okay. So I wrote, they're much better humans than arrogant, racist, religious weirdos. Because the thing is, I remember when I was in North Carolina, and like, see, to me, the thing is, I'm not virtue signaling when I'm saying this. I have friends who are all different colors. The school that I grew up with in Melbourne, the people who I grew up with in Melbourne in the same school, there was a Japanese guy in our class, a Chinese guy, there was a Pakistani kid, there was my best friend, he was a Palestinian kid, and an Italian, 2 Italian girls. It was a Greek girl, all just a mix. And we all, just had a normal life growing up together and didn't see all that stuff. But we all would call each other, they would, because I have red hair, they would call me Red Nut. And, they would, my friend, he was, Palestinian guy, he was dark, so we called him Cocoa Pops and, all this sort of stuff. But it's like, it was all teasing, but it was fun. It was just growing up. And it was normal. But see, to me, this guy has he even met a Chinese person? Like, does he even know anything about these people? And he's just like looked at the statistics and gone, these people are not worth even looking at. I mean, my wife is a Pakistani girl. And he has the gall to call himself a Christian and to say that these people are low IQ and all the rest of it. And it's like, to me, it's just like, do you know how many scriptures you're violating? Even if they are your greatest enemy, love your enemies, do good to those who hate you, pray for those who despitefully use you and persecute you. The Bible says the middle wall of separation is broken down. Peter got rebuked by Paul for only hanging around the Jewish people. Paul would have been hanging around with the Gentile people who were, what was he picky? Like, I only hang around the Macedonians. I don't hang around people from Galatia. No, he was hanging around everyone. And Thomas went to India. See, the thing is, people like this are so diametrically opposed to the gospel of Jesus. Anyway, I'll keep reading. I'm like, they're much better humans than arrogant, racist, religious weirdos. And he's like, no, statistics say no. Think like a man, not a woman. It's like, what? And then I said, what a weird comment. Do you even personally know anyone who's not white? And like I was saying, when I was in North Carolina, I was with a pastor and his son. And they said, oh, you wouldn't believe what's happened. A black family's moved into our neighborhood. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I was waiting for the big, what's wrong with it? You know what I mean? And they were just, a black family's moved in. And I'm there thinking, oh my God, these people, they're like living in the 1930s or something. It's so weird, And then he's, Chris Thomas says, yes, you effeminate buffoon, because what this guy's sort of like the Stephen Anderson of the Confessional Bibliology crew. He's just a total racist. Yes, you effeminate buffoon, but unlike you, I also read crime statistics and look at the behavior of them as a group. So, he's just demonizing an individual because of a group. Like if I was to do that to Americans, there's probably been 10 million people who've been killed by Americans, like Vietnam, in Korea, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, all South American intermeddling, Panama, blah, blah, blah. So I guess imagine if I said that to you guys, like you guys are just going to kill me. No, you look at individuals. And like this comment here, it was Dick Cheney, that's where it's like, okay, we make a separation, but there are plenty of people who don't make a separation for anyone else. We're like, that's our government. I've got no choice with that. Dick Cheney just turned up and just started doing this. And so anyway, he says here, there's hardly any. These people are scum rats, decent individuals do not undo the unavoidable fact that the vast majority of all third worlders are absolute evil trash. And Western nations must keep them out or be destroyed. Why do you hate Western nations so much? And why do you wish to see the extermination of Caucasians? So obviously he's just saying all this as if I'm saying, hey, yeah, just let everyone in. Because, I'm not for mass immigration of just anyone, just come in and, that's ridiculous. But, this is usually what the argument that happens. It's like, oh, well, so just let everyone in then, this type of weird thing. So I just said, look, Jesus said to love your neighbor. You seem to be a nationalist who omits Jesus' words by your hatred of others. Why not go out and get a few friends who are not exactly like you and be nice to them? And so then he said, he also said, sell your cloak and buy a sword for self-defense. If you want to commit empathetic suicide, be my guest. God also said not to remove the ancient landmark. There is no biblical warrant for letting third world barbarians into first world nations. It's like, what? Like Paul was going around really interested in making sure Rome was Rome, and you keep Rome Roman. We don't want any Galatians to come in who are from these polluted places. We don't want any barbarians. No, you're preaching to everyone. You love everyone. It's, I don't know, weird. Then he's like, stop being a God hater and obey his word without following only the snippets that suit your emotions. So obviously he's saying, he's not really good at insults. Like he's just like a Stephen Anderson, like you're a brain dead idiot, just emotional argument. And it's like, no, I actually know lots of people. Yet the whole thing is about Australia. Nothing good has ever come out of people coming to Australia. See, the thing is, what's happened in the last 2 years in Australia is like 1 million Indians have come in, which is everyone, even Indians are going, well, this is ridiculous. Well, what's happening here? But they're doing that so that then the Labor Party here, they know that they'll vote, the Indians will vote for them. So they're actually importing a vote. And so, we see that's happened in America from time to time. So I'm not for that, but he just makes out that I'm for that, Your position is wickedness. You need to repent of supporting the rape and murder of women and children. Look, you can't make this stuff up. Don't talk to me again until you do, you vile serpent. So because I'm like, hey, no, I love African, Indian, Indonesian, I love these people. And I truly do. I'm not just saying that. Now, I know everything's racist now. You say anything, you're going to be branded as a racist. But these people are racist. And there needs to be a distinction. Just because, everything's racist, that makes nothing racist. Well, let's just work this out. This guy's, he hates pretty much everyone who's not like him. And anyway, so I said, he never said a sword was for self-defense against other people. He said, turn the other cheek. A sword was probably for wild animals. Read Fox's Book of Martyrs. They obeyed Christ and followed his example. It's funny, all these, reform people are like, Fox's Book of Martyrs, wow, they got martyred, they got killed. No, these guys would have been there with swords, killing the people who came to them. You know what I mean? It's a completely different scenario. If they were one of the disciples, they would be pulling out a sword and stabbing people. They would raise up a militia, Moses married an Ethiopian, which I'm sure, like Aaron and Miriam, you would have hated. Paul went all over the world preaching and welcoming and fellowshipping and said to fit in and serve other people. Paul rebuked Peter for only fellowshipping with his kind. Would you even consider being a missionary to say Ghana? Like the thing, it's like, I'm a reformed guy, and then it's like, imagine him going on the mission field and being like, ugh, like he's like a clan member. Would he even touch someone? Like, I remember one time, and I was in Philippines, and we were going off to preach somewhere, and we were in a boat, and I was sitting next to Pastor Jesus, his name was Pastor Jesse, and we were just chatting, and he said, Nick, when the American pastors come, they don't even want to touch me. They sit like this. He said, you sit very comfortable, like I'm one of you, sort of thing. I said, oh yeah, well, I sort of grew up in an environment where there's just heaps of different nationalities, and we just get used to it, And I've got nothing wrong with people being like that when you don't know, when you've grown up, when it's just everyone looks vanilla, and all of a sudden there's a chocolate, and it's like, I don't know, I don't want to branch out and do this. And the thing is, it's not just an American thing; that's an Australian thing too. There's plenty of people like that in Australia. It just so happens that I grew up like out of that type of thing. But then there's the other side of it, where some of the most racist people you ever met are in Asia, and they hate white people, or they hate dark people. Like, that's one of the main things in the Indian subcontinent is, like I was saying earlier, if you are a very dark skin, you'll be teased, you'll be mocked, the chances of you getting a wife and getting a good job and all this sort of stuff is slim. And so they just grow up with this burden, like, I'm dark, which, it's not exactly racism, but it's very superficial. So anyway, I thought I'd point out the Chris Thomas thing, because it's like, these people are around, and I've always thought in the back of my mind, one of the best church scenarios is when it's filled with all people of all different races. We've always gone out and reached out to the Indian community and African community, and done mission trips to to places like Cambodia and Philippines and Fiji, and living with these people, sleeping on their couch, this type of thing, and not even thinking twice that these people are these are scabby people. Lived it for a year in Pakistan. Like, I don't know, some people just need to get out more. Some people need to just go and go down to your local whatever food shop or whatever, and just get to know the people. You don't have to like everything about them, but at least know that they're not rats. So, and this is the problem. Like, I understand if someone is a clan member, or someone is just an atheist and they don't really care about anything. But this guy says he's a Christian, and that's where I draw the line and just go, yeah, whatever. And so, anyway, I'll drop that down. I said I'd segue onto the Bondi thing. I'm going to do that. My intentions are to do that, but there are a few things that I just have been saving So apparently what happened was Ben Shapiro got up at the Turning Point thing and just sort of dissed Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and said, you know, it's the moral thing to do to, you know, stay away from these people and you should deplatform them. You shouldn't give them a voice and all this. And then Tucker Carlson gets up there and he's like, well, actually, you know, Charlie Kirk was like, let them talk. If their arguments are stupid, we should be able to easily show where they're stupid, you know. And so the whole thing about Charlie Kirk is like freedom of speech. You're having a debate on things where Ben Shapiro's like, shut everything down. Like, these guys are just in damage mode and they really need someone better than Ben Shapiro. But unfortunately, he's like the one they're propped up. But he hasn't got the skill set to sort of, to like, people are just going, that he's repelling people. That's the problem. He's repelling people away from supporting Israel. Like, all these posts are just like, you're anti-Semitic if you think this. And I'm like, oh, hang on. I've got lots of really good Jewish friends. You know, love them to bits. And like, I don't condemn anyone who lives in Israel. They're just born there. And it's like, but I disagree with what's happening in Gaza, just like I would disagree with what happened in Vietnam War. I don't like that. But apparently I'm anti-Semitic, you know. And so they're actually demonizing people, and people are getting repelled by that, which is causing a huge leaking out of a lot of institutions. People are just like, I'm tired of this whole hyper pro-Israel stuff. Okay, so I just want to show you this. Now I will try and open it in a new tab. Okay. So this is sort of like a response. Now, where's the volume? Here it is.
Rallies, they're screaming for the murder of Jews and others, saying globalize the Intifada. That means kill Jews all over the world. We need to have leaders make major speeches condemning using the phrase globalize the Intifada. We have to make that phrase as despicable as using the N-word. That has to happen. And more importantly, we need to pressure the Arab Islamic countries to change their education systems and change their textbooks. The textbooks promote hatred and violence against Jews and non-Muslims. Let me read a sentence from the president of Egypt, Al-Sisi, at Al-Azhar University, the major Muslim university in the world. He said this in front of them: is it possible that 2 billion Muslims should want to kill the rest of the world's inhabitants? That is 7 billion people. Impossible. We are in need, says Al-Sisi, of a religious revolution. You imams are responsible before Allah. The entire world is waiting. And at rallies, there's...
Okay, so this is just some of the, you know, people are using what's happened at Bondi, you know, saying, you know, the whole thing of, if you do a protest about what's happening in Palestine, you want to kill Jews now, you know, and this type of over-the-top rhetoric, you know. So I'll catch up with these comments and then I'll get into the Bondi thing. So Igramart says, thousands of our Somali brothers and sisters and their communist Democrat allies in the state of Minnesota have stolen over $1 billion in benefits and send them to terrorist groups overseas. I'm sure it happens. And thousands of Americans, I mean, even people in Congress are corrupt. And so this is the thing. What I see happens in America is things are compartmentalized. So the CIA is against the FBI, and you know, if anything happens and the CIA investigated it, or the FBI couldn't get in there because the CIA guys were in there. So it's a bundling thing, and that they're just fumbling along because, you know, the CIA wouldn't let the FBI in, but then, you know, the FBI do something wrong, something illegal, but the CIA can't really do anything about it because it's FBI, you know. And it's these two things that are pitted against each other, but it's just like, well, that's just the American government, you know. Like, from an outsider, we're like, we don't see these, you know, split up groups that are warring against each other. We just see that it's like, well, that's the American government. So even Republican and Democrat, Americans see such a divide, and it's like, Joe Biden's over there and, George Bush is over here, and you know, this type of thing. And it's like, no, we just see it all as America. And so, like, you're like, oh, the Somalis, everyone, you know what I mean? But the thing is, if I did that to America, it's like, oh, well, the Americans are just, they're taking over, like, including you, you're taking over the world. You want to kill, you know, all the Afghanis, you want to kill the Iraqis, you want to, because that's what you've been doing. You want to bomb, but then it's like, oh no, that's only, you know, the Democrats, they did this, and we didn't really want that, and we voted against it. So the thing is, if I was to critique everyone with such a broad and vague thing, everyone would fall into some sort of criminal type of thing, because all the governments of the world are criminal. They're all in it for money, for influence, personal influence, for power, for their own security. You know, there's very few politicians who actually get involved with politics who have the, you know, their fellow people on their mind all the time, and they're doing the best for everyone. That, you know, look at Congress. I mean, all you have to do is look at how corrupt. I mean, yeah, the thing is, it's like me looking at Congress and going, well, they're all on the take, so you're on the take too, you know. And that's the thing. Like this comment, you know, thousands of our Somali brothers and sisters and their communist Democrat allies. That's true, and you know, maybe I'm reading a little bit too much into what you said there, but sometimes it can just be like, well, then all Somalis are bad. And usually what happens is, just before America goes into a country or overturns their economy or bombs somewhere, the people are demonized. You know, the people of Iran. I remember I was in an airport. I can't remember where I was in the world, and a plane flew in from Iran, and there would have been maybe about 300 Iranians there. And like, seriously, I was just grieved, like, of how demonized these people are being. Because my landlords at the time were from Iran. They were the best people. They were just awesome. And I just knew, and whenever I go out preaching, I'd run into Iranians, and I'd say to them, look, because I was studying the history of Iran. And what was interesting is that my Israeli friend from the IDF, he was in Mossad. He studied Iran as well. So we knew a lot more, chatting about all this stuff. But when I'd run into Iranians, I'd be like, look, I'm really sorry about how it looks like we all hate you. We don't, you know, individually, you know. But the thing is, when I say we all don't, most people do. That's the problem. It's very few people who are just looking at an individual level and going, okay, well, I don't care where this person's from. They're being nice to me. I'm being nice to them. We're being neighbors. People group them in, and it's the worst thing. It's the worst thing to do that. To do that to Jewish people is the worst thing. To do that to American people is the worst thing. To do that to Australians is the worst thing. We're all individuals, and that's the thing. We shouldn't be labeled as a group. Like I said, my friend was saying, when the Nazis went past his mum's house in Germany, they went out the front with flags and they all cheered and all the rest of it. A few years later, when the Soviets were coming through, they all went out the front and cheered. It's like, but they're, you know, oh, you're a Nazi, you know, because you live in a certain place, you know, and all this sort of stuff. So, you know, I guess, I think you get what I'm saying. But so Gentile Dog said, I'm a conservative, as a Christian should be, and actually listen to the Daily Wire most days, but my American conservatism always takes a back seat to the gospel and the Great Commission. Yes, absolutely. And I think it's good to understand all these concepts and go, okay, well, I can see where people are coming from. But at the end of the day, Jesus said, go into all the world, go into all the world. This is a command for everyone, not just like, oh, missionaries have a calling. Where does it say that? You are to go into all the world and preach the gospel to all nations. And nations is ethnos. Ethnos means ethnic groups, all ethnic groups. So you're supposed to go and preach to the black people, to the brown people, to the yellow people, to everyone. You're to love them. Like Paul went everywhere and was like, forget the Jewish customs and all that, rebuking Peter for only hanging around Jews. So what was he doing? He was hanging around the Gentiles, eating their food, kissing their babies on the head, praying for them. You know, that's what he was doing. Not like, it should only be what. And this is the problem. What I've seen is there's been the pendulum swing of you can't say anything, you know, treading on eggshells and BLM and all this stuff. And then it's gone right over the other side where it's like, you know, Heil Hitler. You know what I mean? It's gotten like that. But I think this is on purpose. I don't think these pendulum swings just happen organically. I think they're manipulated so that people can go, yeah, see, these guys are radicals. And anyway, and it's like these people who go and protest, like in Palestinian rallies here in Australia. So we'll start segueing into the Australian thing. There's been lots and lots of protests in Australia about Palestine. We had 300,000 people go across the Sydney Harbour Bridge, and they're saying, yeah, free Palestine, whatever. Now, some people turned up and held up an ISIS flag. I wonder who, you know, it's ridiculous. But it's like, then that's all they show on the media. These people are radical. They just want to kill you. They probably supported these Bondi shooters, you know. No, most people are just like, hey, I think that what's happening there is wrong, just like the Vietnam War was wrong. I don't think Israel should be killing these people. And so they're protesting. Most people are thinking that. 99.9% of people are thinking that. Then you got a group of people who are like, we have an ideology, we want to promote it. And so the thing is too, they had a thing in Melbourne where they had a Palestinian protest, and then two guys had a Australian flag, and they burnt the flag. And when you look in the background, no one's there. This is like hours after the rally. And it just so happens to be someone from News Corporation, Rupert Murdoch's, you know, juggernaut. They're filming it. And then it stirs up all this thing. Oh, these people are burning flags now and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, and then so because people pointed out how silly it seemed, it's like, what? They're just, these guys, they had masks, like full masks on. They were both white guys. They're burning the Australian flag. Who are these guys? Are they paid by the media? Are they just, do they work for Rupert Murdoch? You know, so people are asking those questions. So what happened? The next protest, someone like fully burned a flag right in the middle of the protest and wrote "Death to Australia" or something, whatever. And it was like, okay. And it just makes you wonder how much of this stuff's, you know, staged for the media. But these Palestinian rallies, they're trying to stop them now because of what's happened at Bondi. So they're saying these are, you know, this is hate speech, and you can't say that we don't want this war happening or else you're anti-Semitic. So anyway, I'll finish these comments. Gentile Dog says Matt Walsh has no biblical something. Oh, no Bible. Matt Walsh and the like commonly use this rhetoric. Jesus' wisdom transcends race and nationality. Most American conservatives are unfortunately lost. And that's the thing, because I usually say 95% of people who say they're Christian just aren't, you know, they're not even saved. So what are we expecting to come from them? Just heresy and weird stuff and, you know, racism and just, they just so happen to be driving a Honda, so Hondas are the best, you know, sort of thing. I just so happen to be white, so white people are the best, you know, this type of weird, ignorant thinking, you know. And so, and then it's like some people have a more elaborate way. It's like, well, you know, white people have done this and done that. Yeah, like Hitler. You know, like all you have to do is just look at Hitler. You look at, you know, a lot of the Russians are white looking. You know, if you just give them a couple of generations in a certain country, they'd just fit straight in. You know, probably just even one generation. But you know, what happened in Russia? That's all white people. So people are like, well, the Mau Maus did this and they did this horrible atrocity, and this other group over here had this weird ideology, and then they're like, white people are the best. And it's like, what, German white people, or what about the Belgians, you know, in the Congo, and what about the British in India, and you know, and the strange, bizarre irony is that people who are saying all this stuff about, you know, white nationalism, they are, yeah, the British were everywhere around the world invading their countries, and it's almost like poetic justice, you know what I mean? Like, here we are years later, all these other people, regardless of why and how and all the politics of it, they're here now. You bet you have to get along with them, where before you were killing them. Or people in their mind are like, oh, that's us. We're the white guys. We're the British guys. Yeah, and you were in all these places around the world and stealing resources and killing people and all, you know, causing, you know, 10 million people to starve in India, you know, and taking all the resources there and putting it back into Europe, and, you know, and then all of a sudden, oh, all these Indians are here, you know. And it's like, yeah, it's so strange. And like, because I'm a white guy, you know, I listen to what people are saying about, oh, we're white, we're superior, we're better, we've got civilization. And it's exactly what Hitler was talking about, civilization. We're civilized, they're not, you know, sort of thing. But what's interesting is that people are like, white people are more superior, they're the best, they rule. And it's like, okay, so who came up with the whole LBGT, you know, stuff? Who's come up with this whole massive abortion industry? Who's come up with this, like, all the weird things that are happening in society now? It's like, well, that was all white people. You know, they just seem to have this, like someone was like, we shouldn't be importing people from these other countries who are, you know, radicals. And it's like, yeah, I agree. So what, you want to import atheists from Sweden who are like, have full-on woke values, you know? Is that better? You know what I mean? It's like, we should be importing from these other countries, and it's pretty much just comes down to they look like us, and I'm afraid of these other guys. I remember when I had the leader of the Ku Klux Klan come to Australia and preach for me. He'd become born again. And his main thing was that most people are racist because they fear. They fear other races. Now, I understand different ideologies. Yeah, we should fear certain ideologies. There are certain things about lots of different concepts and beliefs that are fearful. You know, they're terrifying. But when it comes to race, that's where I draw the line. And I guess I'm tired of being quiet about this. And I'm just going to be very open and talk about it, and just say what I see happening is that there is a radicalization of people. So at the same time that people are turning against Israel, lots of people are turning against Israel, there is this rise of like, hey, we're whites and we're better than you dirty old brown people, you know, sort of thing. And then when you get into the weeds of that conversation, it's like, well, like I heard some guy say about South Africa, like, oh, well, they've had enough time to rule there. Why aren't the blacks, you know, rising up and doing, you know, making South Africa great again and all this stuff? And it's like, no understanding of what's happened there, no understanding of the history. And I remember seeing Charlie Kirk there talking to some guy saying, well, if you really wanted to, you know, make South Africa good, you go and start your own business and all this stuff. I'm like, you have no idea. Like, you've grown up, like, basically in America is like growing up in the king's palace, and you've come down to the level of talking to the local peasants, like, you know, why don't you try this, you know, sort of thing. I'm just going, dude, just shut up. You know, like you have no idea. And this South African black guy's just looking at him going, like as if they can just go and get a loan, like, or they just have spare money lying around. You know, it's like most of them are day to day. A lot of these countries, it's $1 a day. Like people just have no concept of what that's like. And they read the stats and the figures and things like that and think they know. It's like, dude, you got no idea. Yeah, go and talk to these people individually. Talk to, like, you know, so my Eritrean friends, you know, when they had to run from the military when they were kids and their mum died in front of them in the desert. And it's like, you know, how do you just get over that? But they've come to Australia as refugees and they've done really well in their life. And they're not bitter. They're very happy. They're good Bible believers. They love God. And I'm just like, man, that should be celebrated. Not like, oh, well, you filthy Eritreans are just this and that. And half the time, I mean, if people understood that America has intermeddled with Sudanese politics, overthrown governments, and supported a war there, and you're like, oh, actually, maybe we've contributed to some of this. You know what I mean? And so anyway, these are some of the things that I just feel people are not talking about. They sort of refuse to look in the mirror and just say, yeah, maybe we aren't the shining good guys that we're making out to be in front of the world. And I'm not saying I'm better. I'm saying Australia is just as bad. We've done heaps of bad things. It's just the way of the world. When you couple yourself with an identity, with a nation that's not godly, and you're like, yeah, like, I mean, can you do that with Germany? Can you do that with France? Look, just study the history of Algiers and the massacres they did there. They killed 1 million people in the 1960s. And it's like, you know, who do you couple yourself with? Or do you just couple yourself with Jesus? And do you look at every individual who's in front of you and say, how can I either convert them to Christianity? How can I love them as Christ loved everyone? Or if they're a Christian, how can I serve them? And there's a reason why they call white people crackers. It's not to do with the biscuit. It's to do with the whip cracking nature of, hey, you guys need to get it together. We're whipping you. You're a cracker. Are you always dictating to other people how they need to live and what they need to do? And we're the best, and you know we're orderly, and we're, you know, whip cracking. Don't be a cracker. Anyway, I'm going to keep going. So we're talking about the Bondi thing that happened, and so this was a huge thing here in Australia. So I'll actually get the Wikipedia page up. Bondi shooting. Okay. 14th of December 2025, a terrorist mass shooting occurred at Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia, in the afternoon during Hanukkah celebration. So this is one of the things. It was directed at a Jewish community. Now, anyone who lives in Australia will tell you that Bondi Beach is pretty much a Jewish community. It's filled with Jews. I live near Byron Bay. Byron Bay is a holiday spot for Jewish people. So when I go out preaching, I expect I'm going to run into Israelis. Like there's just heaps of them. And so it's interesting. You get talking to them and say, oh, do you believe in the Old Testament? And they're like, oh, it's stories. You know, do you believe in Noah's Ark? No. That's just a children's story. And, you know, most of these people don't believe the Bible whatsoever. You know. So yeah, Bondi Beach. It's the most iconic beach in Australia. So I guess it's like, I'm sure that in California, there's certain beaches where you surf and all the rest of it. And it's like, that's iconic. Or say like Santa Monica Boulevard or whatever, you know, it's known to be like the place to go, and hang out. And so for this to happen at Bondi Beach, it's like this is a huge issue, and specifically because there's so many Israelis there, and they were practicing their celebration of Hanukkah. So there was like 1,000 Jews there. So this is obviously targeted, okay? And so these guys, it's a father and son team. Now, straight away, people were like, well, we're blaming mass immigration. What's happened in the past few years in Australia? We've allowed millions of people in. There's so many people that are coming in that people, even who have been here for like 10, 15 years, are like, hang on, guys, this is way too many. Let a trickle come in, but it's like this is just like some suburbs are just turned into, like we were talking about, like Somalia, and some places are like China, and there's just whole streets of just Arabic writing. And I remember when I was in Melbourne, I went down to Laylaw, and Laylaw was just, man, Arab central, but I liked it because I'd been living in Pakistan for a year, and we went shopping there and ate food. It was just great, But I can understand people are like, well, what's happening to our nice little country here? So this attack was definitely anti-Semitic. Okay. Now I'm going to try and find this clip from these guys. Hopefully I can find it. Where are we? Aha, yes. Actually, no, I did find it on... Well, I've got so many things open. Okay, Bob Carr Israel. No, we don't need that. Channel dashboards, don't need that. Subscriptions, don't need that. Just closing a bunch of things. We will get there. Donald Trump Gaza video. Oh, yeah. World Trade Center 7. Well, we've covered lots of things. Bondi Beach. Okay. I must have shut it down. So I'll have to reopen it. Oh, what was his name now? The Jimmy Dore Show. I'm not saying I support this guy at all. I've heard of him say a few things over the years, well, over the last 6 months, and I'm going, yeah, that makes sense, But I watched this show, and I sort of used it as a bit of a litmus test of how accurate this guy would be when he's talking about something that I know quite a fair bit about. And he was just ridiculous. Like it was, what he was saying was so illiterate and so damaging to people as well. So
that's what this is.
Okay, so they've made out that this is a false flag. Okay, so I won't watch all this. It goes to 26 minutes. But they're saying that this is a false flag. They're showing pictures of this one guy, and I've seen it all over Facebook where people are saying, oh, he's just an actor and all the rest of it. And there's not one comment in like hundreds of comments saying, no, he really did get hurt. They're just like, no, it's all AI. This never happened. I'm like, these guys are just illiterate idiots. Like anyway. So let's go through this.
About Kurt, Australia called for the recognition of a Palestinian state. So he's like, we're gonna get you screwed. We're gonna screw you. We're gonna get you all we're gonna paint you guys as anti-Semites in Australia. And this is what. So when you recognize a Palestinian state, they slaughtered Jews in Australia. Why would they slaughter Jews in Australia?
Like, look at Jimmy Dore. Why would they, this is the blowback principle. Why would they kill Americans, like, anywhere, when the Iraq war was at its height, why would Americans be targeted? Because it's blowback. Because if you do this type of thing, if you have this type of activity happening, where you're killing a bunch of Iraqi people will go, oh, they're Americans, let's target them. You become a target. And so that's the whole concept of blowback. Sometimes you don't even know that your government's upset so many people. You're just wandering around and then you get targeted. Now, the thing is, there's a huge Jewish population here in Australia. It's just like in the United States. And for him to say, why would they target Australia? Well, it's like someone targeting New York, where there's a whole bunch of Jews. And specifically, if they were to do a big, 1,000 people Hanukkah thing, like out on where, I guess it's too cold to do it, like out on Rhode Island or something, and they've got a big celebration, and someone comes along there and starts shooting them. Of course, they're doing it because there's heaps of Jews there. And that's the main thing. So for him to go, why would they do it in Australia? It's like, I think Jimmy Dore needs to get out a little bit more.
Well,
that doesn't make it. Why would Muslims want to kill Jews in Australia if Australia was siding with the Muslims?
Okay, so that's a good point. And so what happened was Netanyahu said, well, this is a predictable thing because Anthony Albanese, who's our current prime minister, who's really ridiculous. He's like a Joe Biden type of guy. But he, in his earlier political days, he attended pro-Palestinian rallies, and he has said that he recognizes Palestine as its own country, So Israel basically turned around and said, this is wrong or whatever. But Netanyahu said, well, this is predictable that this shooting would happen when the leader of Australia is saying that. And it's like, no, that doesn't make any real sense. And so but that's just reactionary off what Netanyahu said. Okay. So
that doesn't make any sense. So there was a false flag attack in Australia.
So he's already calling it a false flag attack. Like, and when you look at the evidence that he proves for this, or that he provides for this, it's ridiculous.
And we're pretty sure it was engineered by the Mossad.
We're pretty sure it was engineered by Mossad. So you're gonna so this is the thing. You can watch these programs and you think these guys have done a lot of homework. They haven't really. So.
And let's remember that they're calling it an act of pure evil. But let's remind people what an act of pure evil really is.
They're both pure evil. If you're going to kill a bunch of people on a beach, or if you're going to bomb a bunch of people here, it's both evil. So it's pure evil. It's wrong.
This is an act of pure evil. What
false flags are evil.
What Israel's doing in Gaza is called a genocide, and that's pure evil. So they're doing what was done to them in World War II. They're now doing to someone else, so they could steal their land. And they're doing So the funny thing about this attack in Australia, so they say there was some Muslims who attacked Jewish people on a beach at the first day of Hanukkah. Is that what it is? And they're having a celebration, and they just started shooting them, right? So has all the hallmarks of a false flag. But
all the hallmarks of a false flag. No, it has all the hallmarks of these people were radicalized, and they definitely had a bee in their bonnet about what was happening in Gaza, and they took it out on these Jewish people.
The way it's like a block away from a police department, yet it took 20 minutes for the police to respond.
It's a block away from the police department. Okay, so it took 20 minutes for the police to respond. So let's Google this live. Maybe ChatGPT, who will they tell the truth? How long did it take police to respond to the Bondi shooting, and how far away is the police station from there? Okay, so it says emergency services, including police, were first called at approximately 6:47 Australian Eastern Standard Time when the attackers began firing. The New South Wales confirmed they were responding to an ongoing incident at 10:57, so that's 10 minutes after the first call. Separate analysis of the video footage indicate the first shots from police were fired at the gunman about 5 to 6 minutes after the attack. So this is the thing. It's like, you know, there's lots of information. There's lots of, you know, I may as well just show you. Actually, I've got a whole bunch of other things that are sort of personal on the side. I want to show you that. But yeah, according to the reporting, the Bondi police station is about 600 meters from the location, roughly an 8-minute walk under normal conditions. Officers were already in the area on patrol, which influenced how quickly the first police engaged the attackers. So, yeah, you're looking at a normal response. He's like, it's a false flag. It took him 20 minutes, you know, all this stuff. So this isn't that old. So it's 3 days ago. Okay. So it sounds like this guy's just jumped onto whatever conspiracy stuff he's listened to and just repeating it.
Jimmy, Australia gave up all their guns after the first mass shooting they had.
That's right.
They gave up all their guns. So how did some Muslims sneak guns in?
So Australia didn't give up all their guns. Their automatic and semi-automatic rifles were confiscated, but these guys had bolt-action guns, and so like say in Victoria, there's 1 million guns there. People still have guns, but it's just a lot stricter. You can't have the high-powered stuff that you can just, you know, semi-automatics where you can just pull the trigger as many times as you want and the bullet's going to come out, or a machine gun where you just pull down and it's just shooting as much as you want. And so these guys, it was a father and son team. The father had a gun license, and you can get gun licenses here in Australia. So that's just the way it is.
Right. And if a Muslim wanted to go shoot Jewish people, why would they go to Australia to do it?
Why would they go to Australia? Well, there's 1 million Muslims living here in Australia. And there's lots and lots and lots of Jewish communities. Like I remember in the 1990s, probably looking at 1994, I was down in Elston Week. I was at a party and we were outside and I heard machine gun fire. And I said, I think a machine gun just went off. And I walked out the front to have a look, and I was like, I couldn't see any commotion or anything. So I went back inside and I said, I'm pretty sure I heard machine gun fire. And by that part of the night, it's like 11 o'clock at night or something. Lots of people are drinking. One guy said, oh, you heard machine gun fire, did you? And I said, yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. And then he actually picked a fight with me over that. And the whole party pretty much stopped, well, in that section anyway, because I was pretty big. He was just this drunk idiot. And it was like, but I don't like bashing people, you know, so I just restrained myself from bashing him. But I think people thought I'm just going to bash this guy and the party's over, sort of thing. But that's why I remember it so well. I was like, no, there was machine gun fire. I nearly got into a fight over it. And that was a group of Arabs spraying a Jewish house. So it does happen here in Australia. There is this. If you go down to Elstonwick, you'll see the guys with the Jewish tassels, wearing the hats, especially on a Saturday morning, all walking down to synagogue and all the rest of it, because a lot of them don't use cars because you're burning a fire. This is, you're not allowed to burn a fire on the Sabbath, this type of thing. And so you see Jews everywhere in St Kilda, in Elstonwick, in these type of places.
Why wouldn't they go to Israel to do it? It doesn't make any sense.
Because Israel's like, as if you're going to go to Israel and do that. Well, here's all these Israelis there. So, and that's just silly.
The sound of the guns.
That's right.
Remember? They go to the sound of the guns.
Here's the weird thing. Candace Owens, did you know this, Kurt? Candace Owens says She tweeted this out. She says they have been signaling that a 9/11 style attack is coming the second week of December. Save this tweet. It will age well.
So, I mean, I think the whole thing with Candace Owens and this prediction, do you really think that this is the same as a 9/11 attack? I mean, okay, so we've got 15 people dead, and that's including a child. So there's 40 people, and at least two police officers were injured and taken to hospital. And so, okay, so say 40, 50, say 55 people were shot, 15 people died. Is that equivalent to 3,000 people in the World Trade Center? Like, it's not. It's nothing like what happened. And so this Candace Owens thing, they have been signaling a 9/11 style attack coming the second week. Okay, so anywhere in the world where there's something happened, like, I guess if that didn't happen, they would have gone, well, there was something happened in America. Oh, well, see there, that's it. That's not like a prophecy or I've got this secret intel. Candace should just turn around and say, well, it didn't happen. So yeah, definitely not a 9/11 thing.
That was November 27th of this year. She said that the second week. Oh, well, lo and behold, here we are. And I like this, the Zionist cycle, fake a major attack. Okay, so we got it. So
that's anti-Semitism, Jimmy. I've been talking to some people, and they've set me right.
Just to let you know what happened before we show you the truth.
The truth.
The 2025 Bondi Beach in Australia. It occurred on December 14th at Archer Park.
The fact that he hasn't even looked up how to pronounce it, Bondi Beach. It's like calling California like California or something. Like, imagine if I was like, there's been a shooting in California. You'd be like, oh, that's like Bondi is like the most iconic beach in Australia, and he's not even pronouncing it properly. But anyway.
Park near Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia. The terrorist attack targeted a Hanukkah celebration, Hanukkah by the Sea, organized by Shabbat of Bondi. Shabbat Shalom. Attended by around 1,000 people on the first day of Hanukkah. Details of the attack: 2 gunmen opened fire from a footbridge overlooking the event using long-barreled firearms, including at least 1 bolt-action rifle, and firing around 50 shots. Authorities declared it a terrorist incident motivated by anti-Semitism. Just like that. No investigation, no nothing. We know what it is.
It's 1,000 Jews getting together and celebrating Hanukkah on the beach in probably the most populated Jewish area in Australia. You know what I mean? Like, what else is it going to be? Like, straight away, they said it was a Jewish thing. It's like, yeah, you'd have to be an idiot to think it's. What do you think? They're coming against the Lebanese community or the Greek community or just killing even Australia? No, there's 1,000 Jews there. Like, this Jimmy Dore guy, when I went through this, I was like, this guy's an idiot.
Described by Prime Minister Anthony Albanese as an act of pure evil. Well, I already showed you what an act of pure evil is.
When you said Chabad, I already knew what it was, because that's an international spy ring posing as some sort of religious movement.
Yes. Oh, is that okay?
Yes. That's Menachem Schneerson, the one that the Gentiles have. He sounds like a Nazi, the way he talks about non-Jew. But anyway, they're very cagey about if they're Zionists or not, because it's just about all Jews coming together. But at the end of the day, it's about supporting Israel. They're an international, just like ADL is a fake group. They're all fake groups. Yeah. So here we go. There were 15 casualties, including a 10-year-old girl, an 87-year-old Holocaust survivor, and Rabbi Eli Schlanger, who was a London-born Shabbat emissary and event organizer. Other victims, such as Reuven Morrison and Alex Kletman, and at least 1 Israeli citizen and 1 French citizen. Dozens were injured. So there you go. Who are the perpetrators? Well, they say
The attacker was a father and son duo. Saeed Akram, 50-year-old father, a licensed gun owner who was shot and killed by police at the scene. Naveed Akram, a 24-year-old, critically injured and hospitalized and is under guard. He was previously known to security agencies. He was investigated in 2019 for potential extremist links, including connections to Islamic State figures. The pair reportedly pledged allegiance to the Islamic State, and the weapons were legally obtained. Legally.
That sounds like the authorities' fault, doesn't it?
Sounds like it.
Well, it's pretty hard. The father there was no indication that he was radicalized whatsoever. Now, Naveed, his son, he had been under investigation. And, but yeah, the father was the one who had the gun license. And so you can't, like, if your dad was part of the Ku Klux Klan or something like that, I mean, should that stop you from having a gun license, or just because you joined, yes, Ku Klux Klan or whatever, should that stop your dad from having a gun license? So these guys are just jumping to conclusions where they don't really know the details. And so you had the father, he was the one with the gun license. The son, he was known to be publicly radical, where the father was just seen as like a nice, lovely guy. So there was no reason for people to be sus on the father whatsoever.
Sounds
He's
like
been there and they've known about him.
Yeah.
And he got weapons legally.
So they're saying it's ISIS, although let's keep in mind, ISIS is working with Israel in Syria. Whenever an ISIS fighter would get hurt or injured or wounded in Syria, they would get treated in Israel. They would go to Israel. Israel would fix them up.
So, I mean, you know, I don't know where he's getting that information from. I mean, ISIS is everywhere, and ISIS cells are everywhere. Okay, so when I was living in Pakistan, my I guess cousin-in-law, you'd call him, works for the police, and one of the main things was there were carfuls, yeah, I guess you'd say that, of ISIS guys who with guns and all the rest of it. And so they were pulling cars over, and every now and then they would run into these people, and they were killing cops, they were shooting people, and they were pledging allegiance to ISIS. So this is in Pakistan. So, you know, these guys are like, in Syria, this is happening. Now, I know al-Nusra in Syria basically became ISIS. When you have the Al-Qaeda in Iraq join with al-Nusra, it basically, that's the you know, the guys cruising down the road in the brand new four-wheel drives and all this sort of ridiculous, and they're the new Darth Vaders and all the rest of it. But when you understand they're all just Al-Qaeda, and I know Al-Qaeda was made by the Saudis and the Americans, and so was ISIS. ISIS was funded by the Americans. The money that came from Libya and weapons that came from Libya was taken to Syria, and eventually that became part of the arsenal that ISIS were using. And so, but it's sort of like if you don't change the name, if you just call them all like Al-Qaeda, it takes away the scariness, because they're like, these are Darth Vaders, they're the worst of the worst type of people, you know. And it's like, yeah, they're just as bad as any other extremist, really. But they do have cells in certain places. They do have extremists in places, and so they're not all Israeli. So this is the thing. He's trying to make out that they're all just Israeli. Okay. Now, could there be people, infiltrators? Could there be, you know, they be funded and all the rest of it? Yeah, sure. But the radicalization that's happened to a lot of people here in Australia is real, and that there have been people who have gone and fought, you know, for ISIS and all the rest of it, and they've come back, and you know, they're in a lot of trouble. There's a you know, the ISIS brides thing that just recently happened, and just like in places in United States, Dearborn, there's radicalization pockets that happen, And it's not just all, it's all Israel. You know, the thing is, these guys, it's just everything's Israel, you know, and even here in Australia, that's just going to be Israel has done this instead of like, no, so no one can ever get radicalized. You know what I mean? And the thing is, with the whole thing of what we've been talking about with Blowback, can you imagine you're this way inclined and you see like, you know, basically Donald Trump's just like, hey, we gave you all the weapons to blow up Gaza, you know, whatever weapon you wanted, we gave you, you know. I'm the first Jewish president, you know, he just announced that. And so you think that this isn't going to stir up hatred and cause people to participate in Blowback, which is just the cause and effect of, you know, some American sitting in a cafe in Saigon and boy does a shoe shine and it blows up in his face. Did that happen just organically, or is it because they're at war, you know? So I think that there is this real nutty type of thing coming out of some of these circles. And the issue, like with someone like Candace Owens, I've got no problem with her asking questions about what's happened with Charlie Kirk and going through all this stuff. She does seem to make conclusions, though, which many times aren't. You can have suspicions, that's fine. You can have questions, but to make really dogmatic conclusions that this is exactly what's happening, it's like you don't have to have an answer for everything. Sometimes you're like, oh, I don't know, but I know that seems sus, you know. These guys seem to just know, you know, they're I don't know, you know, who Jimmy Dore is. He just seems like a comedian. But anyway, let's continue.
So Israel and ISIS are working together. So if these guys are ISIS, this is Israel.
So these guys are Jewish. And this is where it's like, unfortunately, everyone nowadays can do a program. I can do a program. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, everyone can have a platform. This guy's got 1.75 million subscribers. People are listening to him going, yeah, in Australia, the Jews just shot themselves, you know.
Wow. And they don't even want a Palestinian kid getting medical help in Florida, and they would help ISIS on the battlefield.
So the guy who stopped him was a Muslim. A brave bystander, Ahmed El Ahmed, a 43-year-old fruit shop owner, tackled and disarmed one of the gunmen, wrestling away his weapon in a moment captured on video. So Benjamin Netanyahu first said that was a Jew who did that.
And that's true. And he's still saying that, which is ridiculous. It's like, it was a Muslim guy.
So as soon as they try to take over, so you know.
And what was amazing was I knew earlier on that he was a Muslim, and a lot of people were saying, what a hero, needs to be Australian of the Year. And they were like coupling this with mass immigration is happening, and this is the result. See, we've been warning you, you know, this type of thing. And it's like, no, the guy came into the country in 1998 under the most conservative government under Howard. I'm pretty sure that was under Howard, 98. John Howard, and he let the guy in from India. He married an Italian girl, and they've had this son. And the son's been known to, you know, be a bit influenced by radicalization. And ASIO have a file on everyone in Australia. They just pretend they don't. But at the end of the day, there was no real question about the dad. And so this was, you know, I mean, you can't, like, someone who just goes out and does something crazy like that, well, you know, sure, usually there's signs and things like that, but this guy just didn't have any of those. The son did. Obviously, he's getting influenced by his dad. He's young, he's stupid, he's making public claims and getting himself into trouble, but the dad's just biting his lip all the way through until he did all that, and he died there.
Oh, that they're trying to, this is all propaganda used for a purpose. And the purpose, so let's go right to James Lee. James Lee caught a bunch of stuff. Let's watch.
There's something about this whole thing that just doesn't make any sense.
So what's going on here? What's going on in Australia? Who are the paid actors? Who are they being paid?
Notice they're paid actors. Okay, who are the paid actors? Like, I don't know. This is just the cringiest thing to witness. But we'll continue on, because the reason why they're saying this is because of this picture, which they're saying AI has proven that it's genuine. And it's like, you'd have to be an idiot to think it's genuine.
Paid by, and what's the ultimate objective here?
The Jerusalem Post is now pushing a narrative saying that Iran was maybe involved in the Bondi Beach shooting. They say that Israeli authorities are investigating whether state actors, chiefly Iran, were involved in the mass shooting attack against Sydney's Jewish community at Bondi Beach on Sunday.
So, you know, they want a war with Iran, and this is the way to get their war with Iran.
It's probably more so that they know that blowback is going to happen. There's going to be people around the world persecuted. So then it's like they don't even need an excuse to go into Iran. So what they're seeing is the effect. And like here in Australia, what they're doing is they're saying, let's ban all guns. So I could just make, if they're going to go cause and effect, well, that proves who did it. I could just say, well, the Australian government wanted to ban guns, and so they did it. So they're actually just Australian citizens who were paid, paid actors, So these guys are looking at the outcome instead of going, okay, well, there's been this tragedy happen, and people are milking it. Everyone from every political side is going to milk a tragedy.
And Israel wants a war with Iran. They got Trump to bomb them once already. Within his first couple of months of presidency, Israel was able to get Trump to bomb Iran. So they want to bomb Iran and overthrow him. So Israel has been on for a 30-year, at least, if not more, trying to destabilize the total Middle East. They got Libya overthrown. They got Iraq overthrown. They got Syria overthrown. They're bombing the hell out of Lebanon, and now Yemen, the same thing. And now the final.
So they needed to kill people in Australia to get into Iran. No, they've even got Trump's support for that. Like Trump will just do whatever they want.
Egg is Syria. So I mean, is Iran. So they want this war with Iran, and this is it. And Candace Owens somehow knew this was coming. A lot of other people did too. And here it comes.
Candace Owens knew this was coming. Like, this is 9/11, apparently. That's ridiculous.
And so now they're trying to blame it on Iran so they could have a war with Iran. I'm not falling for it, and don't you either.
Senior U.S. official told Fox News that if the Islamic Republic ordered the attack, then the U.S. would fully recognize Israel's right to strike Iran in response.
So this is immediately already, this is greenlighting an attack on Iran. They've already greenlit an attack on Iran. You got to be so stupid not to see this.
Question, Jimmy, how would Israel possibly be able to do that when they've been losing a war in Gaza to civilians they're murdering? That means we got to do it, don't it?
So that would drag us into that's what that's about.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, people want war to continue. They want it to expand and all the rest of it. But to say that this thing here that happened in Australia is the catalyst for going into Iran, this type of thing. Now, I know every time there is this type of thing that happens, like usually there's 15 ridiculous things that happen. Like that they're actually trying to stop people protesting. Like whole freedom of speech laws just going because it's like, it's too divisive and all this type of thing. And like as if that's the problem as well, not just some people being radicalized. And everyone, like, it's pretty much like everyone has their finger on the button to say their reason. Like I've been looking at this local politician here, and he's just like, people are being radicalized, and he's fear-mongering and saying people are anti-Semitic. If you support the Palestinian cause, you're anti-Semitic. And he's just saying all this stuff, and it's like, hey, dude, you're the new John McCain on the block, sort of thing. But they're doing it for their own political gain. Some people, they see these type of tragedies as a step up. Like the amount of politicians just doing the photo, the obligatory photo shoot down where the massacre happened, it's ridiculous. And there was only really one politician who got cheered, and that was Pauline Hanson. But what it looks like is she is basically one of those people who is very pro-Israel. So she's probably going to get in because the government at the moment aren't pro-Israel. But the thing is, too, sometimes you can have governments who they seemingly look anti-Israel, but they're actually causing things to happen that can further the cause of Israel. So that can happen too.
Can't do it.
Right.
Oh, by the way, neither can we. We couldn't win a war with anyone,
right,
and we have it in 80 years.
That's right.
People call me crazy for thinking events like this might be potentially false flags, right? They say, how can everything be a false flag?
Okay, so he's saying it might be, how can everything be a false flag? It's like, okay, well, at least he's questioning. He's saying it might be, not, Jimmy Dore's like, it is, this is a false flag. We can prove, we have the receipts.
Flag. But if the first response from Israel and the United States is to say, let's bomb Iran, I think it would be somewhat journalistic malpractice not to investigate that possibility. This is from the Times of Israel, 19th of August, 2025. Quote, in a scathing letter, Netanyahu gives Australian Prime Minister until Rosh Hashanah to act against anti-Semitism.
Or what? So he sent him a letter saying you have until Rosh Hashanah to act against anti-Semitism in Australia. By the way, Candace Owens banned in Australia. Did you know that? Because she said she doesn't like a genocide. And so they immediately, the Zionist Organization of Australia, got her banned. So this is,
what Israel
again,
did to Charlie Kirk for that.
So the control that Zionists have is not just in the United States. It's in Australia. It's in the UK. It's in Europe. Look what they did to Jeremy Corbyn. So this is, they have a long tentacles of Israel. Israel, a country of 9 million people. It's unbelievable. They're getting Trump to overthrow Venezuela right now. It's unbelievable. They got Iraq done. They got Libya done. They got Syria done. They want Iran done. It's unbelievable. So here we go. So and then they threatened Australia. You better do something by Rosh Hashanah or what? Or we're going to kill a bunch of people in your country, which is what they just did.
Where does it say that? We are going to kill a bunch of people in your country, as if it says that.
Or else what?
I wrote, your call for a Palestinian state pours full fuel on the anti-Semitic fire.
So that's what this is about, Kurt. Australia called for the recognition of a Palestinian state. So he's like,
well,
we're gonna get you screwed. We're gonna screw you. We're gonna get you all we're gonna paint you guys as anti-Semites in Australia. And this is what. So when you recognize a Palestinian state, people they slaughter Jews in Australia. Why would they slaughter Jews in Australia?
Well,
that doesn't make
provides that.
Why would Muslims want to kill Jews in Australia if Australia was siding with the Muslims? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, because they were encouraged by siding with Muslims, and because they're so crazy, Jimmy. They're not like you and me and Barry Weiss, good people.
Yeah.
Once Australia recognized Palestine, naturally that's going to lead to crazy Muslims
killing Jews,
brazenly shooting Jews, which no one else in Australia can get a gun that easily.
Right.
I don't even.
He knows about Australian gun laws now. No one else in Australia can get a gun that easily.
Understand how they got guns.
Is this what it's all about? Do they actually care about anti-Semitism? Or is this just about the fact that earlier this year, the government of Australia recognized Palestine as an independent state? I posted this earlier today. Naveed Akram, one of the alleged shooters in the Bondi Beach attack, was searched in Israel on December 9th. You could see right here the massive spike today once the news broke of the horrific shooting. But if you rewind a couple of days or a few days, December 9th at 4 a.m., there were some pretty significant spikes or search traffic for one Naveed Akram.
Now, I think that what's going to happen is, even with Candace Owens doing this, the whole thing of searching for people using Google Trends is going to turn out to be a nothing burger. They're, especially, they were searching from Israel, like as if, there can't be a, some sort of VPN that's sitting in Israel. All my searches say that I'm in Sydney, which is where this happened. All the ads that come up say I'm in Sydney, and it doesn't matter what I do, it just says that, But I think this is going to turn out to be a nothing burger. I don't have that much proof for that, but I'm just seeing people relying on this Google Trends thing as if it's like just absolutely watertight. I'm like, no. But if I'm proven wrong, that'll be great. But I don't think these guys understand how Google Trend works, and so that there would have to be way more information given, and just to say this is a false flag because of Google Trends, to me it's not enough information. And you're going to see the photo that they bring out is just a fake photo that they're going to say is genuine, and they're going to say they checked Grok and it proves that it's genuine. So, and then they just demonize this guy who got shot in front of hundreds of people. This guy got shot, and they're saying he's just an actor. It's like, anyway, let's continue.
On that note, where is the police? There is a police station, the Bondi police station, situated literally 1 block away from the shooting.
1 block away.
20 minutes, they should change.
Okay, so it's about 600 meters. So by the time the shooting started, they were there in 5 minutes. So they're going to get on the ground reports from some guy,
Change the magazine and just shoot.
With this,
so they were shooting for 20 minutes. They changed magazine, started shooting again. The cop
for 20 minutes. Okay, let's just check this. Where did I look that up? Here, police response. Separate analysis of the video footage indicate the first shots from police were fired at the gunman about 5 to 6 minutes after the attackers began shooting. So I wonder if Jimmy Dore will do a program saying that he was wrong. I don't think these guys would ever admit that they were wrong about this type of thing.
For 20 minutes, the cops are 1 block away. Nothing happened.
What is it, the Pam Bondi police station?
Right? Is this the Pam Bondi police station? Or?
Bondi.
Not be like the worst place to do an attack like this? Could there have been a potential stand down order? I don't.
A 5-minute stand down order. If you ran there like 600 meters, like you get the phone calls like there's been a shooting, and you run outside, you run 600 meters, and there's people we've done the shooting, so they start shooting after 5 to 6 minutes after the shooting started.
No,
but apparently there's a stand down order. They're just told, hey, no, let these guys continue shooting. I've known police who are in North Sydney, Manly, and like really good cops. And as if these people aren't individuals who will just come out and be whistleblowers. Now, I know a good friend of mine, he was Australia's best fingerprints expert, and he was a whistleblower. And the things that he would just come out and say, they were very profound. He wasn't afraid to say them, as if they're just going to stand everyone down. What does that mean? How does that actually work here in Australia? What are they threatening their families, or like I know cops personally from that area, and they would be very loud about any type of stand down. They would go straight to the media if that happened.
But something that we do know is that the Mossad is now evidently getting involved. Allegedly.
Okay, so obviously you have a bunch of, like, just say this happened at a 4th of July celebration. Imagine it was in the Gold Coast here in Australia, popular place for Americans to go and travel. If it was a 4th of July celebration on the beach, and then someone from Venezuela, turned up in a drug boat and started shooting, Americans, who do you think's going to get involved? Do you think the CIA is going to get involved? Of course. You know what I mean? So they're just like, Mossad's getting involved. Yes, it's an attack against Jewish people. Obviously, they're going to get involved.
Mossad sent warnings to Australia about anti-Semitic terror attack risks. Like, why is the Mossad getting...
Okay, so I sort of misread that. They're saying, okay, Mossad's getting involved, saying that there is a risk of, terrorism, blah, blah, blah. But the thing is, these guys have no context of what's been happening on the beach. Let me just show you some of this footage. Okay, so Palestinian on Bondi Beach. Videos. Palestinians. Maybe flag horse. Okay, so check this out.
I mean, I think that's completely over the top.
So these guys are protesting the whole Palestine thing because they know this is a Jewish community. So they've been going down there, and there's been fights. The police have been there. This has been a hot spot for problems. And this guy's on a horse waving the flag.
It's not allowed on Bondi Beach, and the police have done the right thing in issuing a move-on order. I'm more concerned about the violence. We don't have any... There's no role for political violence in Australia or Sydney streets. The police will take it incredibly seriously. I know that they're launching an investigation. And yeah, you've got more concern. And the police...
So they're not showing him. He was riding like full pelt up and down. Here we go.
Sydney's Jewish leaders.
And so this is 3 months ago. So it's been building up.
Palestinian flag.
The sands of Bondi turned political stage for the second time in as many days.
If I did it in Brighton, it wouldn't get the headlines. If I did it in Bondi, it gets the headlines.
Okay, so you can see what I mean. These guys have no context of this. Or it's just Mossad were just warning for no reason, and it's a false flag.
Getting involved in this. It's kind of like right after Charlie Kirk was assassinated and Netanyahu came out and said, no, this definitely wasn't us.
Which was pretty sus.
And then the ex-head of Mossad came out, oh, no, we don't assassinate anybody. It's like, well, who the hell was asking you guys? Why are you getting involved in the action? Nobody said anything about you guys until you did.
Okay, so yeah, that's sus, but nothing to do with Bondi, really.
So great work again by James Lee, 5149. Everybody check out his work.
Guy does good work.
Max Blumenthal reported on paid actors committing acts of anti-Semitism in Australia back in February. We're going to show you his report right after this word from our sponsor. We'll be right back.
Okay, so I'm going to fast forward the sponsor thing.
Hey, we live in so informed subscription. Of course, again, there's so many things that don't make sense around these false flags. So here's Max Blumenthal. He said Israel is attempting to blame Iran for a mass shooting apparently carried out by a couple of Salafists that are allied with ISIS. ISIS allied with Israel.
Yeah.
Just keep that in mind. That's and ISIS is an enemy of Iran, which has never confronted Israel. So, but there's a much deeper story here. And here's the story. So this is last February. Max Blumenthal explained how Australia was hit with the suspicious wave of anti-Jewish incidents carried out by paid actors, and how Israel. So let's listen to it. Here, this is from last February. Max Blumenthal nailed it back then.
We talked earlier about the Israeli concoction of anti-Semitism. How anti-Semitism often is either faked or exploited in order to advance Israeli objectives and to justify Israel's existence as a supposed sanctuary for the Jewish people.
And I've got no doubt that that sort of stuff happens. I mean, that there are people who, on, say, the Pakistani-Indian war side, there are people who are so offended by what someone said in the news about something that, you know, that you're offending all Pakistanis. Indians are offended by what Pakistanis have said. And, you know, so this type of thing happens in any type of conflict. And obviously Israel have, like, you know, my IDF friend who, when I started talking about Israel, he's like, oh, the poor Jews. We're always the poor Jews. Everyone feels sorry for us. We're always the victims. And he's sort of like mocking that whole thing. And he's an Israeli guy saying that, you know, so that they know it's like, you know, get the violin out, you know, we're the poor Jews sort of thing. But there is an agenda that they want people to have sympathy for them, because they realize that that's one of their biggest weapons, is to have people sympathizing and going, well, you went through the Holocaust, we feel sorry for you because of that. And then so you can just sort of do whatever you want.
There's a fascinating investigation taking place in Australia, and I think it will soon turn into some kind of cover-up. I tweeted about this a few days ago. Australian police are investigating whether, quote, overseas actors or individuals are paying local criminals to carry out anti-Semitic crimes in the country. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says anti-Semitic attacks are being, this is his.
So notice Jimmy Dore's like, see, you know, but the thing is, like, it wouldn't surprise me. See, to me, this is what the CIA does. You know, that they have the attacks. You know, the you know, obviously the beginning of the Vietnam War with the Bay of Tonkin issue. Yeah, that type of attack, which is a real false flag, and then it's proven to be wrong. I've got no doubt that at times there have been things stirred up in Iran or wherever in the world against American people to go, well, these people who have done this need to be eliminated, and the people haven't done it. You know, that's part of the American war culture, is that they just sort of, they don't need an official story to be true. They just need a story. And oftentimes it leaks out later that it wasn't true. And, you know, weapons of mass destruction, this type of thing. Now, are there paid actors? Could be. I'm not saying that the people who did the shooting were paid actors. To me, it looks like absolutely they weren't. And there's so much evidence that they weren't. But for people to, like I was saying, the people who are burning the flags, which it has stirred up lots of people to go, yeah, they're burning our flag. We need to get rid of these people. And just like going, who are these people? Well, all the Browns, or all the Somalis, or all the Pakistanis, or all the, you know, and just they're just being irrational over a flag burning. And one thing that I pointed out, I've said it so many times, flag burning is actually one of the main tenets of freedom of speech. If you go and buy a T-shirt, like just say I bought a T-shirt and it had a picture of the devil on it, and I went out and I burnt that, who's going to be upset? No one. Now, if it's got a picture of Hitler on it, most people wouldn't be upset with that. But if I have someone's flag on there, oh, I've upset everyone and I should be deported, or I should be in jail, or I should, you know, something should happen. So the whole flag thing is the magic sky cloth. So you have this piece of cloth that all of a sudden has this magical sort of element to it, just because it's got a certain picture on it. Freedom of speech means that you can burn, it's your property, you can burn that thing. You can do whatever you want to that thing. You can use it to light your cigar every morning if you want. That's freedom of speech. Freedom, it's like, oh no, that's hate speech. It's like, okay, so you're going to get into that arena where it's like, oh, you can't say certain things against certain people. You should be able to say whatever you want as long as you're not causing harm. But what I've seen, even libertarians here in Australia are like, oh no, that's unacceptable. And I'm like, well, what happens when times come when Australia is the bad guy? Are we allowed to burn the flag then, or just now? Or we can't do it now? Or what if we become like the Nazis? Are we allowed to burn the flag then? Yeah, and that's the thing. It comes down to freedom of speech, but most people don't have any type of set concepts of what they've worked out to be, their certain freedoms, their rights, privileges, and all this type of thing. They have no idea about it, so they're just making it up as they go. It's all reactionary. They see something happen, they're like, oh, we shouldn't do that. Well, and they don't even look into the history of it. They're just like, well, let's ban that. Well, you shouldn't say that. So anyone who says that, they should do jail time. And people will say this. You should go to jail for burning a flag. I'm like, no, you should encourage freedom of speech. You should, burn whoever's flag. Yeah, you're going to upset someone. But if they physically hurt you, then it's their problem. Or if you physically hurt them, it's, you're wrong for burning a flag. A flag is neutral. You should be able to burn that. And people should be taught that they have freedom to do that. That's one of the main cornerstones of freedom of speech. And the thing is, I pledge allegiance to the flag, blah, 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 and, promising to a skycloth that you're going to do things. And it's like, it's okay to say that's nuts. That's crazy. You don't have to do that, but people just have in their mind, that they haven't really thought this through. And so anyway.
Words perpetrated by
So the reason I said that, I wouldn't be surprised if those guys who burnt the flag, they could be paid actors. But these guys who shot the people in Bondi, that this claim that they're making, there's no proof that they were paid actors.
People who don't have a particular issue aren't motivated by an ideology, but are paid actors. He added, quote, it's unclear who or where the payments are coming from. The shadow Home Office minister from the opposition party wonders if, quote, a foreign government is engaging in state-sponsored terror. Here's the BBC. Anti-Semitic crimes may be funded overseas, say Australian police. It's been reported, backpaged, but reported in British media and Australian media.
I mean, it's pretty common for, Saudi Arabian money to come into universities, and so they stop teaching against certain things. It's very common, like here in Australia, for money to come in from certain places to quieten people down, or for people to start talking about things, or for the media to be manipulated in a certain way. So yeah, that's all fine. Not fine, but that's all understandable. That's all true. But it's like, that doesn't mean that these guys who were shooting people were paid actors. Like, he's just basically saying there could be some people who are getting paid to go around and cause problems. I'm sure that there are people who do social media accounts. I'm sure that half of what I read on Facebook is just bots and weirdos sitting there with Coke bottle glasses, just getting a paycheck for just upsetting everyone.
And in Australia, the fingers were initially pointed at Iran and Russia, of course. And then once there was no evidence that Iran or Russia were behind this, they stopped pointing fingers, because who would do something like this? Which country would, I don't know, fake anti-Semitism? Well, it reminded me of something that...
Which country would fake anti-Semitism? The thing is, you haven't had to have faked anti-Semitism in Australia. There's a lot of anti-Semitism in Australia if you use that label, you know what I mean? Like, I would say more so people who come from like Iran, Afghanistan, they are way more persecuted. like, if you talk to the average person and said, hey, I'm Jewish, they'd be like, yeah, okay, good on you. You did you do a bar mitzvah? You know, they'd chat about it. You know, if you said, hey, I'm born in Baghdad, my name is Ahmed, blah, 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 and I'm a Muslim, like that, people wouldn't, like lots of people would not want to associate with people like that. So there's way more, culturally, there's way more pushback on people like that rather than Jewish people. So when he's saying, okay, well, where does the anti-Semitism come from? Well, when people see that disproportionate, someone being liked and someone being hated, then people tend to go, hey, these people are untouchable, and especially when their ideology is that these people should be killed and all the rest of it, then it's like, okay, well, we're going to say things about it, and we're in a free country, and hey, I'm a citizen here. Where are they going to send me back to? Because that's the thing, half of these people, you can't send them back to anywhere. They're stateless otherwise, and you can't do that. So it's like, send them home, and it's like, where? And half the time, like this young guy who survived, who was one of the youngest shooter, his dad was Indian and his mum was Italian. Where are you going to send him?
That happened at the dawn of the first Trump administration. There were thousands of phone calls and bomb threats to Jewish American institutions like community centers, synagogues. And it turned out, after this whole freak out where the Senate was putting pressure on Trump to condemn this and claiming that because of Trump, there's a rise in anti-Semitism and Jews are in peril because of Trump. This is the New York Times. Threats and vandalism leave American Jews on edge in the Trump era. It turned out that it was an Israeli teen who is a U.S. dual citizen in Israel who was making those bomb threats. Very strange. And Israel tried to actually suppress the identity of that teen. An Israeli-American teenager was found guilty in Israel on Thursday, making about 2,000 hoax bomb threats against Jewish and other institutions in the U.S. during Donald Trump's rise to the U.S. presidency. The incident stoked allegations by some American critics at the time that the Republican contender was encouraging anti-Semitism and other forms of racism. So yeah, it definitely served that purpose. It was just a generalized anti-Semitic freak out over anti-Semitism. It turned out an Israeli was responsible for much of it. Also turns out that is...
I mean, I could do exactly the same thing with American politics or American, fake threats and, the whole incubator concept of, the ambassador to Iraq's daughter saying that they got the ambassador to Kuwait, sorry, his daughter was like, oh, they're getting the babies and throwing them out of the incubators and they're all on the ground, and she's crying and doing this speech. I think it was in Congress, or anyway, she did this speech, and it was all untrue. But this was the reason why, the first Gulf War, people were like, oh, these Saddam Hussein's just these guys are animals. And then the highway of death happened where 100,000 people were just incinerated. Which is a very amazing thing to look up, actually. If you can find the original footage of the highway of death, some guy I think he flew a helicopter over it, and it just goes for like 10 minutes, and it's just trucks and buses and cars and just all along what's called the highway of death. These people are just incinerated. There's just yeah, and so it's pretty wild. But obviously that came from her. Whether you would say that she's a paid actor or just acting for her dad or whatever she's doing. But yeah, and that happens in politics. That happens in any type of espionage. People trying to win the favor of people. Look at the Jesse Smollett thing. It's ridiculous. But that doesn't mean that these guys are paid actors.
An Israeli teen whose name was Michael Kadar was also using robocalls to target Australian institutions. 590 plus bomb threats in Australia. Schools, Jewish centers, hospitals, and airlines. See, this is a great section from the Guardian report on Michael Kadar. The teen, identified in U.S. court documents as Michael Kadar, despite a suppression order against revealing his identity in Israel. Why wouldn't we want to know his identity? Was arrested last month by Israeli police And he was arrested after he wasn't found out by the Israeli police. It was due to an investigation by the Five Eyes, and I think primarily Australia. A spokeswoman for Victoria Police said Israeli police who made the arrest acknowledged that they could not have done it without us. So it was the Victoria Police E-Crime Squad, not Israel, that caught this teen. So what's going on here? What's going on in Australia? Who are the paid actors? Who are they being paid by? And why would this, what's the...
So paid actors exist, therefore the Bondi massacre guys were paid actors. No. There are paid actors everywhere.
Ultimate objective here. And could this be limited to Australia? Or has this been taking place in other Western countries since October 7th?
My guess is that the paid actors are being paid by Israel to concoct anti-Semitism, because anti-Semitism is the fuel of Zionism and the state of Israel. Without anti-Semitism, it doesn't exist. So it has to go concoct it. So it's paying people to go commit these acts of anti-Semitism so they can point to these acts of anti-Semitism so they could shut down debate online, and so they can control the narrative so people only get the pro-Zionist point of view, just like they've done to TikTok and now a sixth of the entire media in the United States. They've done that here. So that's what this is about, and he's onto it. Good.
That's familiar.
You don't really need the paid actors. There's a lot of people who would go around and say, I don't like Jews. Okay. In Australia, there's lots of people who would do that. And yeah, it's like, especially in like since they've been going into Gaza, they've lost this whole generation. Like there's so many people who are like, well, I'm over Israel and saying they're the good guys. It's a bit like what happened with the Iraq, Afghanistan wars that America was doing. I remember that there was this American guy, and I started chatting with him, and he turned around and said to me, look, I'm really sorry about what Americans are doing all around the world. I know that we're the worst criminals. And he said, but I don't agree with them, and I don't have anything to do with them. And it was like before anyone could talk about political things or anything, this guy, he was on a job site, and he would just say that to people. And it was sort of like he was, it was like he was constantly in this mindset, like, I feel bad for what we're doing around the world. I feel guilty. I feel ashamed. And I guess too, sometimes it's not until people are outside of their country and they look from the outside back in, and they're like, actually, no, we're the bad guys, sort of thing. And so he would say that, and none of us were like, no, you're the good guy. We're all like, yeah. Because we're in Australia, we're just following America. We're the bad guys too. We're just a little, lapdog, running alongside of America, like looking for a bone. But we're doing the same things, and so I'm not saying we're any better. But the thing is, you in that type of environment, you don't need that many paid actors. People are going to be anti-American. Remember, it was all anti-American. Or they have an anti-American sentiment, or Iran don't like America. And, America are like, let's turn the place into a car park. Let's destroy Iran. And then, Iranians are like, death to America, and then Americans act all shocked, like, it's a big moral, horrible thing they've said. It's like, oh, clutch your pearls. Oh my gosh, they said death to America. Americans are actually going and killing lots of people. How many people are Iranians killing? But then they're like, well, Iran equals Venezuela equals Gaza. See, they're the bad guys, and just I just feel sorry for Iranians. Anyway.
Doesn't it? Does it sound familiar? Because I remember, and all these conservatives that are going to buy this bullshit. Remember when BLM people were faking hate crimes right and left, fake nooses, fake horseshit everywhere.
Jesse Smollett.
You think Israel wouldn't come up with that plan if these idiots came up with that plan?
Is it
still no proof that these shooters were paid actors?
Anti-Semitic to point a finger at the one settler colonial state that benefits from anti-Semitism, that justifies its existence on the proliferation of
America. They benefit from anti-Americanism. Israel benefit from that as well. There are certain countries that have a certain agenda that if people hate them, they can cry victim.
Of global anti-Semitism, and which has historically exploited the plight of Jews around the world for its own benefit? I don't know. We'll keep following that investigation. I think it's always important to highlight stories that are on the public record but aren't getting adequate attention, especially as we enter a Trump era where the Republican Congress and Trump administration are going to milk the anti-Semitism freak out to actually criminalize Palestine solidarity activism in a way we have never seen before.
Iran was recently accused of targeting a deli in Bondi. No kidding. The Hasbro's, there it is. Iran targets Bondi Deli. No kidding.
Is it because there's Epstein files on their desk?
So is that right? Is that what it is? So Israel blamed Iran for a recent firebombing in Melbourne synagogue. By the time the Australian police said that Iran had nothing to do with it, it was too late. Our own prime minister was blaming Iran too. So now here's a guy who was at the...
Okay, so this is, everything else they've said, it's all been like, okay, well, whatever. This is their proof. So that they haven't really offered any proof except for Google Trends. So, and now they're saying this is concrete proof that this guy is a paid actor, blah, blah, blah. So this is incredible. Watch this.
The Bondi Beach shooting. This guy's name is Arsen Ostrovsky. And it's just because I guess he hasn't gotten around to changing his name yet. So he sounds more Semitic.
Or wiping his face down before he went on camera, right?
So he says, I lived through October 7th. Never imagined I'd see this horror in Australia.
And so he's being shot. And they put a bandage over his head. And, someone's taking a picture of him like that. Now, he was taking selfies of what was happening. Like, look at what's happened. So, of course, like if you had been shot and you're in that state, like you're like, well, this is how bad it was. Click. But apparently if you do that, you're an actor. You're just a narcissist. He just wants attention. Like the thing is when everyone, like lots of people have demonized this guy, when they started doing that, I was like, man, leave the guy alone. Like the guy's just been shot. But this is their proof that these guys are paid actors, because this guy's apparently a paid actor and the shooters apparently are paid actors. And this is how dumb the narrative gets. So what you're going to see is what I'm going to show you is proof that the pictures were AI and that these guys are just so easily duped. They said they went to Grok, and Grok said it wasn't AI.
Australia, but why? So you happen to be at October 7th and at this place too at the same time? That's what a coinky dink.
Lots of people, you think, okay, before they were saying there's 9 million people in Israel. For people to be there at October 7th, I know people personally who their good friends died. They were about to come to Australia, but they couldn't because they were killed during that time. Okay, so you're looking at an event, a Hanukkah event in Bondi, which is a massive tourist attraction for Israelis. So lots of people who would travel. Obviously this guy's a socialite. He's part of things. He's in Israel, then he's in Australia. He's traveling around, and it's not like, just say someone got shot, somewhere in America, and they happen to survive the 9/11 attacks. It's like, that can happen, but they're making out like it's a complete impossibility. I was just like, oh, wow, this guy went through this and then he's gone through that. That's terrible. but he didn't die. He got shot. It was a graze. It was a head wound. People have been putting up these other pictures of him in hospital with his head like completely shaved, and there's no scar or anything, and he's just eating a donut or something, and it's like, see, there's not even a graze on him or anything like that.
And no one washed your face when they put a bandage on your head from being grazed?
He took the photo himself. Like, some people, if they have a motorbike accident, they're like, oh, they get up and it's like, oh, my leg is all covered in blood, and they take a photo of it. We're living in an age where we do that. Well, like, what's the big deal? So they're saying that this is proof that he's a paid actor. No, this is proof that these guys are idiots.
It's weird.
A bullet grazed his head, Kurt. Doctor said, miracle, he survived. Another miracle!
Oh, we'll leave the...
Doctor said it's a miracle he survived. So what did he do? Like, in front of 1,000 people who were practicing the Hanukkah thing, but also there would have been thousands of other people, Australians there, who have seen all the shooting going on and all the rest of it. I guess this guy just grabbed a blood capsule and put it on his head, And then when people were treating him, they're like, oh, hang on, this blood doesn't seem to lead anywhere. Or maybe he cut himself before he went down there. Like, what are you saying happened? And just because, this guy, or if you had survived, if you got shot and you got grazed, I would say it's a miracle I'm alive. It's just the way that we talk. Doctors said it's a miracle. Doctors said miracle survived, but we'll make recovery.
The blood on your face for 5 days and don't wash it.
Look, now he's saying he's had blood on his face for 5 days. He doesn't wash it.
Tonight is the first of Hanukkah, the forces of darkness. So that's him. And he's a big influencer in Israel. He's an Israeli influencer. Top 50. He was chosen as the top 50 Israeli influencers.
Whoa, the
but guess what?
trustworthiness is off the charts, Jimmy.
Margaret Kimberly tweets out, so one of the biggest propagandists on behalf of Israel just happened to be in Australia when a suspiciously timed mass shooting takes place. That was predicted by Candace Owens.
No, Candace Owens predicted 9/11, not 15 people dying.
By the way, no need to hide the image. It's just a guy with a bandage, and for some reason, nobody wipes the blood off his face.
Because he took the photo himself because he wanted to show people what had happened.
Notice that too, did you, Margaret?
So guess what? He survived October 7th and the Bondi Beach with the same injuries.
Oh, that's never going to heal.
The same injuries.
Oh, what are the odds, Jimmy?
So there he is on October 7th. Here he is at Bondi Beach. And guess what? Here he is. Oh, getting makeup put on.
Well, I find
and guess what? I put that through Grok. Grok says that looks legit. That doesn't look AI generated. So I can't say for certain it's not AI generated, but
notice the account's Jeffrey Epstein parody account. It was all fake. You fell for it again, Goyim.
It looked. Grok says it's likely authentic.
Also, because the words he said were stupid lies, and he was at both places, so you could just tell from that without even having to ask Grok.
That's right. And why wouldn't he?
You can just tell. Like, no one has ever gone to like there are stories of people who went to Hiroshima, survived the bombing there, and went to Nagasaki and survived the bombing there as well. It's like these things happen, and the thing is, it's not even that big of a deal to have someone who had survived through what happened on October 7th, which we know real people died, real people who I know died. To have someone to come to Australia and to be involved in this and they get shot, they're making out like this is the weirdest thing that can ever happen. So this is their proof, okay? But we're going to see that their proof comes down to they checked Grok, and it's showing that these pictures aren't fake, okay, of the lady putting the makeup on. So it's all just like he's going to sit there where this things happen, and they're just got a makeup artist, and they're going to paint it all on him.
Why wouldn't he wipe the blood off his face? That doesn't make any sense.
It's a selfie.
It doesn't make any sense. Unless
so look at this picture. You can see a ton of blood around his neck, which is not in the other pictures. So this is the AI picture, okay, that he says he checked through Grok. And so we're gonna have a closer look at that, but let's just listen to what they're saying. It goes for maybe another 4 minutes.
This was being painted on.
Is that why Ben Shapiro posted like a roast veal and said it was kids?
Yeah, remember that? I like this. I like this. This is great. PSYOP 2025, Islamic terror. Oh, look. And let's read.
It's hard for people to understand. Think about how Vietnam, the U.S. faked that to go to Vietnam.
Yes.
And now keep in mind that Israel does that.
So,
is it hard?
So here's an ex-Mossad agent on 60 Minutes before it was taken over by Barry Weiss and the Ellison Zionist family. They were interviewing a guy from Mossad. This is probably why they bought CBS, because they can't have this stuff getting out there. So this is a guy who was Mossad explaining to you how Mossad runs the whole world. Watch this.
How did you convince Hezbollah to buy this?
Well, obviously, they didn't know that they were buying.
So they're talking about the pagers. When Hezbollah bought pagers, and Israel and the Mossad had rigged them to blow up, and they blew off, they killed kids, they blew off the hands and fingers of babies, stuff like that. So he's asking about that. She's asking about that.
From Israel?
Who did they buy it from, or think they were buying it from?
We have an incredible array of possibilities of creating foreign companies that have no way being traced back to Israel. Shell companies over shell companies who affect the supply chain to our favor. We create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. The world is our stage.
He's bragging, by the way. Leslie Stoll isn't exposing this.
Right. They're bragging about it.
You're supposed to be like Michael Rappaport, that genius going, ha, 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 ha,
yeah,
and not disturbed by what this guy just said that should disturb the shit out of you.
So we create the theater, and you believe it to be real, and it's all created by us.
Well, can't blame him for not respecting us, can I?
So there you go. And here's just one more. In September, Wyatt Reed reported that Israel established the narrative that Iran was behind attacks on Jewish institutions in Australia. The still unproven claim prompted Canberra to sever ties with Iran, but clearly did little to promote security. So this is the game that they're playing. They want war with Iran, and this is just another way to get it. And if you believe otherwise, there's lots of other shows for you to watch out there, I guess. I guess you could go watch somebody's show on the Daily Wire. You could go watch
a guy from that band with the old time, go watch Mumford
that's
Jr.
right. Go watch the Mumford guy.
Okay, so I'm going to stop there. And I just want to show you about that AI picture. Okay. Okay, so what I had lined up had just disappeared. So here we go. That's better. On Facebook. Okay. So this is AI generated. I want to be very clear about what happened here, because this is where things start getting dangerous. A photo circulated claiming to show a man at Bondi with fake blood being applied by a film crew. Many people did what we're encouraged to do, ask AI if the photo was real. AI said it was real. People then reposted it. AI confirmed this is a real photo. But something didn't sit right. Humans could see it was the same person, same clothes, same place, same day. Only the real question was whether the image itself was fake. It didn't stop the AI answer. I didn't stop at the AI answer. I kept looking for proof, and the proof was found. It has now been confirmed that the image is fake. It is AI generated. It's an AI generated image created to push a false narrative. The AI later acknowledged it got it wrong. From the car distorting from one photo to the next, to blood stains in different areas of his shirt, to the text and logo of his shirt completely changed. That should scare everyone, because this is the beginning of a very dangerous territory, where AI can generate photos and videos so realistic that most humans can't tell the difference, and then AI itself tells us fake content is real. That's where the line between reality and fabrication completely blurs. This isn't about one image. It's about trust, truth, and consequences. A fake image, incorrectly validated, can destroy reputations, incite hatred, justify violence, manipulate public opinion, permanently alter lives. And that's so true. If people are going, oh, this is all faked, they can attack on Jewish people here in Australia. And it's it's just a photo. They're going, these guys had their whole show for like 26 minutes, and this is their proof. So they've gone, oh, there's paid actors. Okay. Does that mean that there's paid actors here? Have they proven that? No, they just said there's paid actors. Then they're talking about gun laws in Australia, which they obviously know nothing about. But they just kept going through, and this was their court evidence. Here we go. This is the guy's fake because he had blood on his face and a bandage. It's like, well, he's taking selfies. He's probably just about to wipe the blood off, and he's like, well, I want to let everyone know this is what happened to me. Like, what's wrong with that? It's just amazing. So it says here, we are entering into a time where verification matters more than ever, and blind trust in AI is not just naive, it's dangerous. So it's exactly right. Those guys are so naive, and they're causing problems by saying to his 1.6 million Facebook YouTube community that this guy's a liar, he's a scammer. How it'd be a miracle for him to be in the same place, to be there at the killings that happened in Israel, and also in this place, the killings that happened in Australia. That would be a miracle sort of thing. And obviously it's not. He works for Mossad. The lesson here is simple but critical. Never stop asking questions, never stop looking for proof, and never outsource your judgment entirely to a machine. This is the warning shot. Now, regarding Arsen Petrovsky, there are several unanswered questions. Lies have been told, but it's important to find out your facts and truth before jumping to conclusions and using fake photos as your evidence of anything. Okay, so let's just check out some of these comments here. I want to see, because there were some people pointing out. So let's check this out. Okay, so this is him when he's on the ground. He took a snapshot of himself while he's on the ground. I mean, what else are you going to do? Like, if I'd been shot, I'd probably try and, he's probably called someone and it's like, hey, I want to, or maybe he's sending the photo to someone. Look, this has happened to me. Get ready. I'm gonna be spending the next 2 weeks in hospital. He might be sending it to his wife, or to his boss, or who knows. But apparently, if you do this, you're a criminal. I shouldn't have shut that down. Oh, here we are. Shut that one down. Here we go. So look at the blood there. That's the AI generated picture that everyone's saying they double checked and it's genuine. And here's the original. This is on the news. Okay, so look at the blood there, and there's no blood. Like, obviously it's fake. Look at the picture. It's a yin and yang thing here. Are you noticing these things? So these people who are saying he's just a paid actor, this guy got shot in the head. Have some sympathy for the guy. And this is the problem. This is real Jewish hatred, where it's like, well, he's a Jew. He's nothing. He should be, he's probably a paid actor. And it's like, the guy got shot in the head in front of like thousands of people. How do you fake that in front of thousands of people? So what he must have known that it was going to happen, and it's ridiculous. Let's keep going down. Okay, open a new tab. Okay. I'm not sure why that's focused in on. But anyway, let's go to the next one. Yeah, the blood on the shoulder. So this is the AI generated one. All blood on the shoulder. Look, he's just laughing like, can you believe how dumb these people are? I'm gonna show them, my makeup artist is going to make me look great. And the real interview that's happened on the news, and there's no blood there. Okay. Just see if there's any more photos. I know someone was pointing out the so they're saying, okay, he was senior fellow at the Mizgav Institute, National Security and Zionist Strategy. Now, obviously, there's 1,000 Jews there. The chances of someone being part of Israel, being part of the Israeli government, blah, 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 it's high. And Bondi Beach it's a very expensive area to live in. If he's living there, he would have to have a pretty good paying job to do that sort of thing. So anyway, I just want to see what this guy said. An actor would act, would they not? He is openly and publicly a disgusting person. Look at his social media accounts for 5 minutes, and there's way more dirt on him than any conspiracy theorists are talking about. So the thing is, if he is a paid actor, hasn't this backfired then? You know what I mean? It's like he's the one, he's the proof, and it's like, aren't people going, no, he's not a guy who I would like, I would say that, he's a paid actor and all the rest of it. It's like, well, surely you'd get someone who's more believable. All right, I'll just see if there's any more. There's like 5,000 comments on this. It's actually a really good post. Okay, let's open this one up. See post anyway. Okay, so there was something too about this bottle of water. Someone zoomed in on it, and they were able to read. I think the date was in 2023 or something like that. So it's obviously fake. So anyway, I think even just the bloodstain thing there, it shows it's a fake photo. AI has said it's real. And people come on to this chat and they're like, "Did you get $7,000?" And it's like, I'm sure some people probably watching this go, "Oh, he's probably getting money." I'm not getting money from anyone from Israel, Qatar, or anything. Okay, so here, have a look at this. That's the AI generated one, and here's him on the news. Look at all this blood here. The T-shirt's different. It's like, to believe this stuff is ridiculous, and people should apologize if they're influencers and they're saying, this is all fake and all the rest of it. They need to come out publicly and say, "Hey, look, sorry, I was wrong, and I really, this guy needs support and help. He got shot." I mean, regardless. Oh yeah, it must be one of those double cars. Look at the cars in the background. You can't even make sense of it. There's the back of a car, and what's that? It's a double car. Whoops. And look, they've got a tripod that's sort of like a bit here and there, and and apparently he's doing it in front of thousands and thousands of people on Australia's most main public beach. It's like in Times Square, a shooting happens, and it's like, well, beforehand he was just getting makeup done and laughing and carrying on, and so. Okay, so look at this. It says United States, where the other one it doesn't have that. It has something else written here. It has a yin and yang thing, where the other one has an eagle and an earth. I mean, the AI has done a pretty close job. I mean, it sucked so many people in. Anyway, I think I'll leave it at that. So ultimately, at the end of the day, what about these two guys? So these two guys who have done the shooting, they are both radical. Now, the son was known to have radical leanings. The father wasn't. So the father was the one with the gun license and access to guns, etc. They've obviously planned this for quite a long time. They've gone down to a place where there's thousands of people, and they're just running around shooting as many Jews as they possibly can. Obviously, there's other people just who are there, and they're getting shot as well. There's no proof that they're paid actors. If he's a paid actor, or he needs a Logie or a Grammy because he died. You know what I mean? How much is he going to act for Israel? You know what I mean? How much money are you going to pay someone and you're going to die? Obviously that these people died, or he died, and he's in a coma. I'm pretty sure he's still in a coma for an ideology that they believe in. And they feel, and because of the concept of blowback or cause and effect, they feel that they are justified in doing this because they think that the same type of thing is happening to people in Gaza or in other places in Yemen or Lebanon or wherever that type of thing is happening. And so there's been radicalization with the son. The father, no one knew he was radical. He had an Italian wife. He had an Italian mum. And so, yeah, what else can you say? There's no pointing to it being a false flag whatsoever. Now, I'm open to any new information, but what I've been shown so far is people just going, "Oh, there's actors everywhere," and and just just sort of waffling on and then showing a fake AI generated photo, which, I mean, anyone with half a brain can just go through and see like 5 or 6 major things wrong with it. Even if you just see one major thing, it's like, that's fake. And that's their evidence. And so they demonize people who've been shot in front of thousands of people. How can you fake that? You know, he's got shot in the head. And so anyway, I think I'm going to leave it at that. I've gone for 4 hours and 40 minutes. I know this isn't the usual video that I would do. Usually I talk about text criticism, Bible versions, blah, blah, blah. And I guess this is why I haven't really promoted this on the Textus Receptus Academy or on any of my other platforms, because it's not related. And I don't really have any other platform that's like, you know, political or whatever. But I really wanted to talk about this, get all this off my chest. And so if anyone wants to know where I stand, you can watch nearly 5 hours of me ranting on and talking about these things. And so Everyday Man of God Ministries is in the house. Anchor David, Wayne on Wheels. Anchor David says, in Iran, the people fed up with mosques. Anchor David says, remember 9/11, 3,000 gone, 5,000 troops gone in the war. Everyday Man of God Ministry says, Jimmy Dore, former Roman Catholic, current spiritualist. Anchor David says, there's evil in men's hearts continuously. And I think that's the thing. You know, what I see is people vacillate, that they go from one extreme to the other. So either Israel are, actually, there's one more thing I want to show. And this is hilarious. Now, I know I've debated Tommy McMurtry. He's a post-trib, pre-wrath guy, and I'm a pre-trib guy. And I've debated on the rapture and everything like that with him. But he has some funny stuff, man. And he's using AI. So I'm just going to go through some of these videos that he's been showing. Now, I know this sort of goes against my position a tiny little bit. I don't follow Schofield's notes. I follow the Bible. But you know, some of these old IFB guys do exactly what's happening here. So let's just check this out.
It's a great falling away that the Apostle Paul talked about.
The nations right now are condemning it. Bible preachers across America are no longer paying attention to Schofield's notes.
It's a great falling away that the Apostle Paul talked about.
The nations right now are condemning Israel for their war crimes.
Well, the nations better watch it, going after the apple of God's eye.
Jewish rabbis have announced that they finally have a pure red heifer for the 29th time.
Oh boy.
Looks like the rapture is about to happen. The Undertaker's on his way.
And a U.S. congressman is under fire for putting the United States before Israel.
What's wrong with that man? Is he trying to get our country cursed?
Swam T. Breaking news tonight. The Prime Minister of Israel passed gas while in a meeting with his cabinet.
That's a fulfillment of prophecy right there. Rapture should be happening any day now.
Like, I watched through this and I just thought it was hilarious because, like, I know what these guys think and I know their eschatology, and yeah, they're just making out these you know, Southern Baptist pastors are all way overweight, just eating fried chicken, and just everything's a fulfillment of prophecy, and you know, there are some people out there who are like this. You know, I'm not saying, you know, everyone who's a pre-trib guy. I'm a pre-trib guy, you know, but I just thought it was hilarious. Yeah, this one.
The Bible says if you bless the Jews, you will be blessed. And if you curse the Jews, you will be cursed. Amen, preacher.
Yes, sir. Amen.
That's right. We are going to be doing great exploits during the tribulation while the pre-trib. The Bible says if you bless the Jews, you will be blessed. And if you curse the Jews, you will be cursed. Amen, preacher.
Yes, sir. Amen.
That's right. If you don't support Israel, you aren't right with God, and curses are coming your way. That's right. Amen. Yes, sir.
My Bible says if you bless the Jews, you will be blessed. And if you curse the Jews, you will be cursed. Amen. That's right. Preach it. You bless them, you get blessed. You curse them, you get cursed. Amen.
If you don't support Israel, you aren't right with God, and curses are coming your way. That's right. Amen. Preach it. Yes, sir.
out of here.
All I did was say they are not all Israel that are of Israel. I was just quoting the Apostle Paul.
Get out of here, heretic! You ain't welcome in this church. Don't come back. I did was said you can't claim something is written in your King James Bibles just because it is in Schofield's notes.
Heretic! Get him out of here. You don't talk about Schofield that
I'm
way.
going.
Heretic! Don't.
All I did was said open up your Bible to Galatians chapter 3 and they lost their minds.
Heretic! Get him out of here. Don't you come back.
It's like I kicked over a hornet's nest in there.
You stay out here.
Rebuke. It was said you can rightly divide without being a dispensationalist.
Heretic! Get him out of here.
You don't belong in this church.
Blasphemer.
They act like I burned the place down.
Don't come back, heretic.
All I did was said pray for the peace of Gaza. I was going to say let's pray for Jerusalem too, but they didn't even give me a chance to finish my sentence.
Heretic! Get out of here.
You don't belong in this house.
It was said the only race is the human.
So this is on Tommy McMurtry's The Spirit of Prophecy, and he mocks me on this program. We've had a debate and he puts it up there. But
I'm tired of people trying to.
Okay, so I just want to see. I think there's
But
another
understand,
AI generated one.
I'm tired.
Just think, if both pilots are saved and the rapture comes, all these people in this plane are going to die. Huh?
Did someone say we are all going to die?
What? Who said that?
Those look like some good rapture clouds. Imminency.
I sure hope the rapture comes this week so I don't have to worry about paying all these bills. They can't collect if I'm up in heaven.
You can count on me. I'll be there for sure next Tuesday. Unless the rapture comes, I'll be up in glory. Amen.
Just think, in 3 months we will be getting married. I sure hope the rapture doesn't come before then.
I feel the same way.
The rapture came and I got left behind.
Got you, man. I got you.
Lord have mercy. Thought I was done for. Just think, if both pilots.
Seriously, this is hilarious. I don't know who's doing this, whether Tommy McMurtry is actually doing this himself. And this is hilarious.
I could have played in the NFL and have had fame and millions of dollars, but I forsook it all to follow the Lord. I could have played in the NBA and been an all-star. I would have had millions of dollars and people who idolized me. But instead, I chose to be your pastor and put up with all your nonsense. I could have been a wealthy businessman making millions of dollars and living in luxury, but instead I chose to serve the Lord and live in near poverty.
I could have chosen to be an actor in Hollywood. I could have been rich and famous and had any beautiful woman I wanted, but I chose to be a Baptist preacher. And instead of marrying a supermodel, I married someone godly. I could have played in the NFL.
So I was talking with McMurtry.
I could have.
So anyway, some funny stuff coming out of Tommy McMurtry's side. I thought that was pretty clever, actually. So anyway, I think that's all I've got to talk about today. I'm going to just stick with some textual criticism stuff tomorrow. And yeah, I'll see you guys then. God bless you and have a great weekend.